Welcome, everybody, to Theory Underground. What you're about to listen to or watch, whether it's on YouTube or podcast, is a long one. And you kind of have to really be there for it. I was seriously considering publishing this in sections, but the event as a whole. Our MSTUs are, these holes as well, and then I still put them out as episodes, but that they're with a lot of times like well-known guests. They kind of should stand alone for people who are just seeking out that a conversation with that given person. But this collaboration with Carl Hayden Smith of the Oxford Psychedelic Society and Cadell Last of Philosophy Portal was the last event that happened while we were in Europe, the last official event during our American Idiots tour. I've, at this point, published some of these events out of order. Not necessarily all of them will go public, like the ones from Linz in Vienna. I do want to get up, but they require some extra editing at the level of audio. There were some issues, and so it takes a lot longer. And the reason this one has to be put out sooner rather than later is because I referenced it in my talk I gave at Philosophy Portal's recent conference. I gave a talk on energy time, and it's a direct follow-up to Cadell's presentation in this Oxford event. But with that said, all of these go together really well, and this is all absolutely canon. If you've been rooting for the Theory Underground guys all along, or recently, then it should bring you tremendous joy to know that this event occurred. Us being able to kind of share our approach and perspective at Oxford, that's a really special thing. There's a lot of weird, old, sort of objectified legitimacy at Oxford. And personally, like maybe that's a little overblown in some of our imaginations, but take it from me, I never thought about Oxford. I never thought about Cambridge until this year, really. It's not really on my horizon. But walking across campus and just knowing and seeing and feeling, the history there, it really had an impact on me. And I think all of us. But also, as we talk about, these institutions are losing legitimacy, and, so, what's an honor for us can also potentially be a sign of their deterioration, the fact that they would even bring us. No, I'm kidding. No, I think that this event is absolutely amazing. And all I'm trying to say about the legitimacy thing is Terrence Howard gave a talk at Oxford a few years ago. And the fact that they gave him that platform to do an address where he, acted as though he solved all the problems of physics. Oh my God. You should just actually pause, go watch that a little bit, and then that should cleanse you of any idea that like Oxford is above the ridiculousness, right? The internet ridiculousness is seeping in, and so all I'm saying is, us being there is not necessarily a sign of anything like, oh yes, we made it. So that's, it's just, okay, yeah, if we were to say, look, we did this thing at Oxford, we've really done it, then we'd have to say that Terrence Howard really did. And just go watch some stuff and realize that the reason we're so careful in our approach, the reason that we try to be rigorous as possible and hold ourselves accountable when it comes to what we're saying, how we conduct research, and even work through a disagreement, for instance. Like, the reason we try to be principled and always kind of have that meta conversation about method is because the standards are being lowered all across the globe due to neoliberalization, due to student is the customer, due to safetyism and bureaucracy, professors being overworked and underpaid, all of it. Sure, those standards are low. Well, but we have to raise them on ourselves. We have to raise those standards, right? So with that said, I am very excited to nonetheless say that we brought our A game to this event, and that we took it seriously. And in some cases, maybe you'll see, it really got to us and we took it a little too serious towards the end there. But that's fine. It's very exciting. And it was an absolute honor. And so we really thank the Oxford Psychedelic Society for putting this on. And I want to really encourage you to not just watch my talk or Nance's talk or Anne's talk. Watch all the talks in the proper order. Watch Cadell's talk. Watch Carl Hayden Smith's talk. And if you're here for just one of their talks, watch them all. Watch them all. Sit with it. And if you multitask and listen to this while doing things, well, then fantastic. That's why we're putting it up, is for people who are doing that. But yeah, I don't know. I just really wanted to, more than normal, encourage watching this in its entirety, because it is this special moment, and all the pieces kind of fit together in their own way. And with that, I guess all I'll say is TUCon or TUCon. It's next week. That's the main reason I have to get this up, is I definitely want people who are going to be attending in person or virtually to have an opportunity to have seen this ahead of time. All right, everybody. Enjoy.
Welcome, everybody. Talk up a little bit, like this. How about this? Is this good? Yeah, well, but there's no PA. Yeah, it's just for the recording side. Yeah. And so I think we're good. I think we're rolling here. And so we're going to have a couple of opening remarks from Silvana here. So please put your hands together for Silvana.
Hello, welcome everyone to this Museum of Consciousness event. This is a collaboration with the Oxford Psychedelic Society, and it's with great honour that we are part of the American Idiots EU book tour. Honestly, it's been the whole time we've kind of been looking forward to the running up of this event, and I think it's a whole day. It's from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. and I think it's really going to be enlightening in terms of opening up the discussion about consciousness and time and just our perception of energy. I think it's going to be really great. And one thing I will say is that we are honoured to have 5 amazing philosophers. We've got Dave, we've got Anne, we've got Bryce Nance, and we've got Cadell, and we've also got Carl Hayden Smith, who'll be coming in virtually. So it's with great honour to have these guests here today and sharing their knowledge and experience. And I personally am very looking forward to it. So thank you very much. Can we get a round of applause for this event?
Can I ask you one question really quick? So I think a lot of us who aren't members of the society have seen the promo for the Museum of Consciousness, but not for the Psychedelic Society itself. And so I'm wondering, like, what other kinds of events do you do?
Gosh, we do so many different kinds of events. It's actually our third event of the week, so we're quite a busy society. But we do lots. We have kind of three parts to our society. We have the kind of more lectures, talks kind of style. So we would usually get researchers coming in talking about the latest research on psychedelics or other kind of psychotropic drugs. And then we also have the kind of holistic side of our society. So we run yoga events, meditation, chanting, gong baths. So kind of getting the human flourishing without actually having to take the psychedelics, but kind of the mindfulness awareness that we're trying to cultivate in our society. And then our final event, or the final type of event that we tend to have, are raves parties. Just so that we can, after all of the talks and all the yoga, we let our hair down and have a bit of fun. And we have a midterm chill coming up actually tomorrow in Aston's EOT in Oxford. So yeah, we have it's a broad range, and I think we're interested in psychedelics, but more than that, we're also interested in consciousness and consciousness expansion and trying to just be in the moment and aware, and I guess as well connection with others and growing community. I think that's really what OPS stands for. So yeah, great question. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yeah. And then and if you could start a timer that will cut me off in about 17 minutes, and then I'll take another 30 seconds probably to close. Today we are these five philosophers, each speaking in the order that those with eyes in the room are able to see on the whiteboard here. Thank you, Cadell, for putting that together. It will be myself and then Anne, and then we'll have a music interlude from Owen, followed by Nance, Cadell, and Carl. It goes 20-minute transmission, followed by 10-minute audience feedback, followed by 10 minutes of sort of autobiography, right? Which is to say, why I care about this. And it's an interesting order, and I think we want to think about that order a moment before we really get into it, because this is the first time in history that the Museum of Consciousness has had words involved. Words bring you into language. Words take you into logic. Words come with the hidden rules of grammar. The languages that we do or do not know are shaped by politics, geopolitical relations that we were born into, that we know nothing about unless we are educated in these things. And when it is, I don't know, someone spending 20 minutes going bong, or playing with some instrument maybe that you're not too familiar with, and you're just sitting there receiving it, thinking, feeling, it's less cognitive, it's less wordy, it's less of a thing of the mind as it is, I think, a thing of the body, as it is a thing of being in the world, right? And my background coming into philosophy, now I won't get too into that, that's for the later section, but existentialism and phenomenology are very, very key for me. And it is through existentialism and phenomenology that we get outside of metaphysics and epistemology to a certain degree. These are just words, academic words, right? For those who are less familiar with them, the short version of metaphysics is what is fundamentally real. And the question of epistemology is, how do we know? But what existentialism and phenomenology help us do is say, we're going to bracket out what's fundamentally real and focus on what can we deduce based off of our experience. And so in this moment, in this session, through this transmission, you are invited to feel it and to kind of come along for the ride. But at the same time, there are certain concerns about the metaphysical and epistemological assumptions embedded in the very rules of grammar themselves. And I think what's so transformative for so many people when it comes to psychedelics is being stripped of all that. Maybe in a sort of sense, we're never truly free of all that because, let's just say, you're on mushrooms out in the forest and you're kind of like overwhelmed by how absurd and distant the symbolic order of your society with all of its rules feels in that moment. But that feeling is in reference to that symbolic order. And insofar as you think about it at all in those moments, you're still in language somehow, right? We can never truly get away from it because we always come back to it. Being multilingual can help us get some distance from our mother tongue, but at the same time, it's still always in reference to that mother tongue, which is still political and historical, and metaphysical and epistemological. That's my sort of preface for all of this, because I think when it comes to psychedelics and my experiences with them and the experiences of all those in my life who have spent much time doing them, or the philosophers who kind of became popular because of the 1960s, philosophers like Alan Watts or Ram Dass, popularizers of Eastern philosophy. They are also very distrustful of language, of traditional philosophy. And I think that there's a reason that they, as well as the Dharma bums before them, right, I think there's a reason why they were taken by existentialism and phenomenology, is because it gives us license to talk about what experience is like without having to propose a serious and rigorous argument for why we think that that is the fundamental truth that everyone else has to agree with if they are also rational, right? So my goal here is not to say, here's a theory, if you're rational, you have to agree. My goal here is to say, check this out. Isn't that interesting? And check that out. Isn't that interesting? So what can we deduce based off of that? Right? It's a humble task the phenomenology sets itself to. Starting with Husserl, going to Heidegger, then into France, it's Merleau-Ponty and Sartre and Levinas and Simone de Beauvoir, right? That's sort of the trajectory of phenomenology, and we don't need their names, and we don't need their big words that come with so much like, oh, well, if you don't have a whole lecture course of background in this thinker or that thinker, you're not going to know how this one talks about this as opposed to that one. I mean, every one of them uses the word the other as opposed to the same, and they're all doing it in a different way from one another, as well as a different way from how Hegel did it in the first place. So that's a rat's nest to unpack. We're not going to bother. Once again, I will bracket out all of that and say, isn't it interesting that time does not seem to work the way that our bosses think that it does? Isn't it interesting that time seems to work in a human way, even though our whole lives we were told that it works in this sort of uniform, unilateral, linear, non-human way? We're told it's objective, it's outside us, it's indifferent to your concerns. All you need to learn is how to be places on time and get things done by deadlines. Our entire schooling system was about that, and the fact that you're all here, I think, testifies to the fact that you were better at it than a lot of your peers in the schooling system. That comes with a huge responsibility. Timekeeping is a form of magic. It's a form of priestcraft for capitalism, but before capitalism, for the state, right? And so the question, for me, I'm also going to kind of set politics aside from this, except to obviously reference these things, but that's not really important. The point is not, oh, capitalism's bad, the state is evil. No. That's not what we're trying to say here. But isn't it interesting that time works different than how we're taught to reference it? And isn't it interesting that part of the imperialist project was to educate people to respect the clock in London, to think their own local time in reference to that clock, but more importantly, to standardize their time in this homogeneous way that has fixed minutes and fixed hours, where each one is like a commodity, meaning that it's exchangeable. Every minute and every hour is supposed to be exchangeable. Time is money. Who said that? It's Benjamin Franklin, the father of self-help and business success literature in the United States. I think he was probably a jolly old chap. I don't really have an issue with him. As far as that goes, I mean, he was experimenting with new modes of life. And it was all original when he was doing it. And now every self-help book and business success book is some watered-down version of his own autobiography. But this attitude of time is money is not just an attitude. It actually gets to the heart of our current situation. It might not tell us everything we need to know about the current situation, but it's a good place to start. If your parents say, well, why are you studying that? What are you going to do with that? Or if your parents if they get it, and so they wouldn't say such a thing, but you know people who are kind of dealing with that. It's like you're in the most privileged institution, you were like the top of your class, you should be able to study anything that you're interested in, but you still have this neoliberal instrumentalized pressure to rationalize everything you do and show how it will be profitable for a boss someday. What is that? Well, when people say time is money, or when your parents say, why are you studying that? It's because they're being realists. And realists, especially parental realists, they're trying to tell you some harsh truths so that you grow up. Well, it's because they care about you. And if you can't come to terms with time being money in a sort of sense, it's not going to go so well. At a certain level, we have to come to terms with this, right? Maybe. But I think we also need to say, well, Mom, well, Dad, well, school teacher, well, boss, well, cop inside of my head telling me I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now, which is what I'm interested in and passionate about. Time might, in some sense, be money, but it's also something else. It's the only thing we have. And once we don't have it, there are no guarantees that we will be anything anymore. Maybe there's an afterlife. Maybe there's eternity. Maybe you spend that eternity throwing crowns at the feet of God and singing glory, glory, or screaming, oh man, dang it, this is hot, I should have been good. Or maybe you're in the cycle of birth and death and you'll be reincarnated forever. And maybe you spend some time astral projecting between incarnations on this sober material earth. These things are all possible, and karma might be real, it might not be real, but that's metaphysics. And the epistemological thing is to say, we don't know. What can we know for sure? And then to try to strip away what we don't know for sure. And I think one of the things that psychedelics makes us want to do is go back to speculating in the ways that we were not allowed to do because we were being institutionalized. You know? To be human is to be institutionalized in some sense. It means to be embedded in a symbolic order with rituals. The question is what kind of institutions do we want to be in? Do we want to be in institutions that respect us and the fact that our time is finite and that it is, at the most base level, the only thing that we have? And it's not something that we have like batteries. Like, we don't have time inside of us as individuals that are isolated from one another. Time is this betweenness. It's the only thing we have, right? Well, I want to say a couple of thoughts about how the experience of time is different from I've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds here. I want to say a couple of things about the consciousness of time energy, right? And what it does to show us that the institutions and the kind of timekeeping magic that they work doesn't respect us and our bodily rhythms and the betweenness that mediates and helps make possible everything we can possibly do together. And we'll start with thinking about something I think maybe everyone has experienced at this point, which is waiting for your bread to turn into toast. Or waiting for your water to boil in a tea kettle. Not the electric one in that little kitchenette, no. A tea kettle. In both of these cases, time sure takes a lot longer when you're looking at the toaster or the tea kettle. On the other hand, the busiest weeks of your life go by and then you go, wait a minute, what happened? And someone says, how have you been? What's going on? And you're like, busiest week of my life, and I couldn't even tell you. I don't even know. So much. It's almost like deadlines speed up time. Unless we're focused on something like a couple minutes away. And we're like, can that just be right now? I need my toast so I can get to work. And getting to work is ultimately what it's all about. We live in a job-centric society. Most alternatives to this system also assumed job-centrism. Most political ideologies and movements have assumed job-centrism and the kind of timekeeping used to enforce it. Which means that the schooling system, the jobs, and all the institutions are geared towards getting us to think about ourselves in relation to time in this homogeneous way. But the conversation that got us going here with Carl, and he'll bring this all up later, is to say that what was said that got us thinking about this is that the years between 70 and 75, each one of them counts for 5 years. Your parents or grandparents need you more then than any other time in their lives. And I would go a step further and say the same is true with puberty, that parents need to spend more time with their kids when they're going through especially turbulent times. That time is not created equal at these various stages of life, and that the different things that we go through change the quality of time itself. And then the part that I don't even have time to get into here is that time without energy is worthless, and that a job-centric society that reduces all of our time and energy into a standing reserve of labor power on call for the market cannot respect the fact that our time and energy are interconnected and finite, and that the only value of money or of anything else is only valuable insofar as it helps us coordinate together our time energy so that we can live a fulfilling life. And so I'll conclude with the definition of time energy, which is the concept that this book over here is about, which is what our tour is about. Time energy is large, energy-infused, repeatable blocks of reliable time between us. And it is the precondition for robust relationships, rich cultural contexts, and taking on multiple languages, multiple music instruments, multiple artistic modes of expression, or reading difficult and ultimately rewarding texts from the history of the humanities. Thank you. And then I'll just share this mic with folks. Carl, would you like to say anything about how you envision the feedback thing going?
Yeah, just simply what, comments, feedback, any ideas on what you've just said. I mean, I feel like you've been robbed of a few minutes of time because of you were doing a big intro as well there. But yeah, what do people think about their own lack of time energy? That'd be a good question to maybe start with.
Thank you. And then I'll have Anne run mic. We only have so much distance on the mic, so you might have to walk up.
I find that really interesting because someone with ADHD were told to have time blindness, so we see time very differently. And it's interesting because sometimes we seem to have lots of time, and then at the blink of an eye, you're like already behind, you're already late. And so, and another person experiences time very, very differently. So I find that really, really interesting. So it's finite, but there is really, how do you actually measure time? Because I think everyone experiences it differently.
I read the book, so I had a little bit of time to think about it. And I think, especially when I'm working, I do have some free time after work, but when I'm working, I think there's an element of time energy that might have to happen outside of time energy, in the sense that I don't even know what to do when time energy comes about, I'm not inspired, I don't have any ideas, because I spent most of my day working and putting all of my focus on work, and I have no idea of what to do with my free time. So that might also be related to the thing about, when you become retired, you don't know what to do with your free time, because in a way you haven't even had time to think about it.
One thing that what you were saying really made me think about was just like how my perception of time when I was a child has changed from back then to now. Because I remember when I was probably like 5 and thinking about when Christmas would happen next, it would feel like, in my perception now, it'd feel like 10 years or something. It would feel like so long before the next Christmas. And then now I find that I just blink my eyes and it's Christmas already. Like, we've already got the Christmas decorations up, and I just can't, it's really difficult for me to kind of deal with those very two different perspectives. But I find how this kind of relates to psychedelics as well, is that I find that in times I've ever taken a psychedelic, my perception of time completely changes as well. The whole day, it just feels so much longer than when I'm just doing a day at work, for example. And I just wonder whether it has something to do with, being in the moment and really so being aware and present. Whereas I think, for example, when I maybe am watching videos on YouTube or something, because I'm not really present in my surrounding. I'm more just focusing on concepts. The time can just really, I'll be like, oh, that an hour is gone and I've finished that like interview or podcast that I was watching. Like, I can't believe that. So yeah, it's I just find that really difficult to sit with. In a way, it almost makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. But yeah, I just thought I'd share that.
I found that time is stretchable, actually. And I travel a lot and I go to very far places. And often I will speak to people on my right or left on the plane. And they say, it's such a long flight. I say, oh, no, not really. I just watched 2 great movies, had a great talk to the cabin crew. Like, and, 12 hours, like just like that. Then, and I believe that I do a lot. I mean, I travel a lot every day. If I put my mind into deciding, like tomorrow I could go to France or I could go to Milton Keynes, whatever, it's not a problem as I go into a different state. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I get into a bubble state of, like you said, when I washed my toast, I'm like, come on. I need to get on, I need to go to yoga, whatever classes I have to go or things I need to do. But sometimes I can travel 12 hours and it feels like, I don't know what it feels like. I could not even, it could be an hour. I don't know. Then I'm making music. Sometimes I do something that is very technical and it's really difficult. And sometimes I just go off and it goes like 24 hours, I'm still making music. It depends on, yeah.
Sorry, I'll make it a bit easier. So I'll go around. Yeah. Thank you so much for bringing this discussion together. I'm gonna be the awkward realist and kind of ask. It looks like the time that we're talking about is a very personal time. It's a time that we experience. However, we are still, regardless of the structure that's around us, we are still in communication with other people, and that requires some sort of synchronization. So I'm very eager to kind of keep that in mind, that we are living in a very busy, prosperous society, and that prosperity does come from synchronization and not a lot of mismatch in activities and energy.
I think you have to come close now.
Okay, I was going to say I'm going to keep it real brief after Pierre at the art gallery got mad at me for talking too much. But yeah, just to say, that's a really good point. But also to take it back to kind of Dave's essential spirit, like the development of clocks to synchronize people in factories in the Netherlands in like the 17th century, they would speed up the clocks. And they also wouldn't let you have a personal clock. They banned pocket watches, so you couldn't have a pocket watch, so that they could slow down and keep you at work longer. So even though it has this positive social effect, it can also be manipulated. I think that was under 30 seconds. There you go.
Thank you. Sorry.
We have time for one more.
One more.
Thanks to Elliot being parsimonious with his time. We have 30 seconds.
Hi. Something I noticed recently about myself is that I tend to do things always in a hurry, and this creates anxiety in myself when I do this. And so recently I started forcing myself to do things with calm, and this alleviates my anxiety, but in a way also I feel I'm making a better use of my time. In a way, it goes faster. It's like when you are with people that you love, you feel time goes faster, but at the same time, you live that time to the fullest. So it's better in a way.
If there's anybody who would feel real sad because they didn't get to say anything, you could also say one more feedback. Otherwise, Yes, we'll do one more. Here we go. Oh no, yeah, no, we gotta.
Just had a realization, and I think this is just I thought about this after Savannah's shared her experience. So I think your experience of time is dependent on the environment you're in, because when we're in this crazy jungle, full of concrete and all our to-dos and our jobs and our studies and everything else, time is so limited, and we're always rushing from place to place, and we're always doing so many different things at the same time, and we are so in demand. But just sharing my experience when I was in the Amazon, when I went on an ayahuasca retreat, that was like the longest 10 days of my life. And it was a silent retreat, and I've never slept that much in my life before, 12 hours every day, because there's no electricity. I just need to be in bed before 6, otherwise I'll be in pitch black, just sitting by myself in the middle of the jungle, not knowing what to do with myself. And and I was so glad that there's so many mosquitoes, so I can keep myself busy during the day, because otherwise I'm just meditating all day or doing yoga and waiting for the ceremony. So, but back home, I'm always really short of time. And so that was a really, really big contrast. And that was really interesting. Yeah.
All right.
Dave, can I say something, Dave, quickly?
I've got 7 minutes. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to make I think we've got a bit of time in between people speaking. We've got 10 minutes in between, so you can have a little bit more time. But what I was going to say, to touch on Silvana's point, and when we're talking about how institutions treat time, I don't know if you know Steiner schools or Montessori schools. So they keep the first 7 years of your life very sacred. So they don't want to wake up the children with exams or with all. They're very much in this dream time. And I think that's a positive instance of an institutional sort of keeping time sacred for that first 7 years. I mean, it's a shame we can't keep that going, but yeah. And one question to you, Dave, maybe you'll cover this in your bio bit, is like, when did you start thinking about time energy, and when did you find that your time energy was being compromised?
Thank you. Yeah, that was really good. And I'm glad to know I have enough time for a full 10 minutes here, actually. So I'll go ahead and set my own timer in so you don't have to do it. And it begins. I like this setup, by the way. I have done events before where I encouraged everyone to just ask their questions, and then I would just give a response. And I like it because then there's often a lot of overlap and synergy between audience members, and it's nice to let you all play off of one another, right? I wanted to say, it looks like we lost Carl for a second, but that is what I wanted to say, is that the reason we are recording this is for those who cannot be present with us, and Carl's internet will be spotty throughout this. He had warned me, but also everything we've done on this tour, we are also doing for the folks back home, the people who cannot be here with us, which in some cases means the World Wide Web, but in other cases it just means like our fellow travelers, students at Theory Underground, and close friends and family. And so, what's up, everybody listening to this? It's really cool that you're all able to listen to this event that is happening in Oxford. It would not have been the same kind of event if we were not in Oxford, if we did not have the sort of symbolic status opened up by this institution. It's like the difference between giving a speech in sweatpants and a dirty t-shirt and giving a speech in a suit, like a nice, well-tailored suit. It's that kind of difference. Giving a talk in someone's living room and giving it at Oxford. Now, I'm not saying that, I mean, some of the living rooms we've been in have been very, very nice. The one in Paris was a very nice one. It's definitely not some Cheeto-stained t-shirt and sweatpants. But an individual psychoanalyst opening up her 5th floor flat in downtown Paris so that we can do a salon together, though it is amazing, it doesn't have something that this institution still has. And I say still has because there is always this question of, can it be lost? Can an institution drift so far from its actual goals that it loses its ability to fulfill its mission? What is its mission? Right? Is it just a value statement drafted up by some focus grouped, board of or brainstorm office space, like everyone is putting notes on the wall? Or does it come out of the passion and sacrifice of people throughout centuries who fought and struggled to say there's something more than conquest? There's something more than the dollar. There's something more, and it needs a place in our civic infrastructure to exist. Institutions have a tremendous capacity for good, and maybe even a word as extreme as evil. I don't know. I'm not going to make an assessment on that. But I mean, obviously, if we think about institutional evil, administrative evil, like we're talking about Hannah Arendt, we're talking about the banality of evil, the fact that functionaries within a system that is trying to be as effective as possible become culpable of something worse than murder, right? So institutions obviously have that kind of capacity, but institutions also offer us something. And the affordance of the symbolic status offered to us, some American idiots who are doing everything we can to educate ourselves and work together with other workers with earbuds and PMC renegade dropouts from the academy, is something that I wanted to spend half of my time here in the afterward talking about, because I think it's more important to preface my bio with raising the institution to the level of the concept, to say it actually matters. And I actually feel humbled, and I genuinely appreciate this. And I know that all of the other presenters to follow me will feel the same. And the fact that you've all been so engaged and attentive is truly meaningful. Now, with that said, I am the least institutionalized human being you may have ever encountered. I never went to school. Homeschool for me wasn't even homeschool. So for me, I was saying this before the event, I feel like all my friends are interested in looking at the United States from the standpoint of politics and sociology and critical theory. No one looks at it from the standpoint of anthropology, though, but I do, because I come from the forests of Idaho. I didn't learn to read before the age of 12. The first time I sat in a classroom among supposed peers was for my driver's license. And by the way, you don't need to do that. In Idaho, you could just pass the test. But my parents were like, you're going to take some driving lessons before you get a driver's license. And so I sat in a real classroom for that. And then, years and years later, after I'd exhausted all of these supposed options for me, ways forward, my own little businesses or being an employee in various areas of the construction or food service industries, I realized I should probably just go to college. And that sounds like well, yeah, duh. Maybe you should try that if you can, you know. But first, it never seemed possible to me because I didn't go to high school. It didn't seem like anything to me because I had never read serious nonfiction, you know. We're talking like 13 years ago. So at this point, you know, I've been reading the greatest and most difficult texts for a while, and I'm writing and I'm teaching, and I have the sort of the symbolic, you know, yes, you can teach, you know, from the university has been bestowed upon me, that little recognition through my master's degree at Boise State University, which is kind of a nothing burger of an institution, but they're trying, okay? They're trying, and I want to see them succeed. All of that's to say I'm the first in my family to go to college, in my extended family as well, except for a distant relative who apparently got an MD at some point. But for me, my horizon of possibilities did not have this kind of world on the radar. It wasn't even clocked. And all people said was that it was a waste of time and money, and it was just part of liberal brainwashing to go to the university. That latter part being if they were conservative. Obviously, that's not everybody who comes from the working class and who resents elitist institutions. But for me, the decision to go here was actually this huge leap. Now, all of that was leading up to my last minute and a half here, which I'll just say, everyone in my life not being institutionalized through institutions that have the affordance of potential symbolic recognition is one huge factor that shaped my upbringing. And the other one is the fact that nobody I knew had large energy-infused, repeatable blocks of reliable time between them. And that the reason that matters to me later on in my life, once I get into philosophy, is because when I was young, I blamed my parents for not having the time to spend with us, because I did not understand that they were a part of a global system of resource extraction and labor power exploitation, and that they were throwing themselves on the gears and being stretched so thin, which results in being stressed all of the time and not being able to do the things that you feel called to do, to be able to show up for the people in your lives the way that you want to be able to show up, which also means not being able to show up for yourself the way that you would show up for yourself. My dad has a natural talent for language, which is mostly folk etymology, but he could have been a linguist. He wouldn't have had to do that his whole life, but he could have taken some courses on it, he has that natural talent, and he never got to cultivate it, because his whole life was in the cycle of consume, consume, consume when not working, and ultimately work for the sake of your family. And at some point he said, I have to really make this work because it hasn't been working. So he cut out the drinking part and just focused on trying to be the best father he could be. And I still hated his guts when I went through puberty because he wasn't able to be there. And my point is, that's not his fault. But you don't have to be poor or white trash from the wood or the hood to be able to say, I come from a broken family, because my society is one that doesn't care about human time. It doesn't care about human time. It only cares about making the numbers go up. Thank you. And now I'll just say that the next speaker is Anne Snellgrove McKerracher. She is my wife, and we co-teach at Theory Underground critical media theory and critical doxology and Timenergy seminars that take place on the second and fourth Sundays of every month. And she is also teaching at Boise State University, where she got her degree in social science. Please put your hands together for Anne. Commercial break, commercial break. TUCon 2024 happening October 24th through 27th. It's 4 days of brain overstimulation. That's right. We're going to be talking about sci-fi philosophy, human futures, critical media theory, the question of post-politics, like all of it, psychoanalysis, phenomenology, structuralism, all of these various approaches. We're going to be getting into it. We're going to get in the deep end. If you're curious, if you want to attend, if you live in Boise, that's good for you. If you want to travel here, well, you can come. But if you would like to just join virtually, you will be able to attend it via Zoom. That's right. Register today. Thank you, and hope to see you there at TUCon.
Tight, yeah! Let's do it. I'm sure a couple more people will trickle in. That's okay. Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. As Dave said, my name is Anne. The title of my talk, if you saw it on the website, I believe it's called the Solitude and Solicitude Crisis. And so some of the things and the problems that Dave talked about, I just want to talk about a little bit more. I think they're issues that we all can relate to on a deeply personal level, just in thinking about kind of the unique technological time that we're living in right now, how that might relate to Timenergy. And I'm really looking forward to getting to hear from you all. I think that's such a really cool aspect of this type of event, the audience feedback as opposed to just audience questions. So I want to start by saying it's funny, I actually just a few days ago finished for the first time reading Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. And as Neil Postman, an author that I like, points out in his 1985 book, Amusing Ourselves to Death, many people are really quick to point out that it feels like we're living in kind of an Orwellian 1984 time, Big Brother, censorship. But as Neil Postman makes the claim back in the 80s, is maybe we're actually living in Huxley's Brave New World. I won't spoil the book or the ending for anyone who hasn't read it. But in this world, there's no need or desire for books, for history, for families, or the liberal arts and humanities, because we have endless entertainment, consumerism, and sex to fill our days. And as I read the book and I got closer and closer to the end, I just couldn't help but see some eerie similarities between the civilized society of Huxley's London and our kind of modern late-stage capitalist America, particularly, coming from my own perspective and experience. In Huxley's world, babies are raised not by loving parents, are not nurtured by a mother, but are incubated in tubes and injected with synthetic chemicals to prevent all sicknesses, aging, and to even sterilize them. Some are stultified to become the lowest level of workers, while others are given all the right stuff to be elite professionals and managers of society. From a very early age, they're conditioned to always be happy, to never fear death, to shy away from friction and challenges. And really all they do is they work, they have sex, they shop, they consume this pleasant entertainment, and they take every measure to avoid solitude, and they take, their drug to produce some sort of artificial happiness and avoid any negative emotions, the soma. Now, this is a work of fiction, right? And I'm not necessarily insinuating we've arrived at this culture, this bleak future that Huxley, envisioned back when he wrote the book in the, I believe, 20s or 30s. But one thing I think we absolutely have in common with this society in a Brave New World is our lack of solitude, solicitude, and Timenergy. And so these ideas of solitude and solicitude are terms that I pull from Sherry Turkle's book, Reclaiming Conversation. It's a really great book kind of about the way in which our relationship to ourselves and our relationships with others has changed with the introduction and the incorporation of technology and social media into our lives. And so the way that she sees and defines these terms, solitude and solicitude, you've got solitude, having this relationship with yourself, having time for self-reflection and self-conversation, whereas solicitude, meaning having, genuine and meaningful conversations and relationships with friends, families, romantic partners, being able to develop a capacity for true, kind of undistracted dialogue with others, and in turn, being able to have that, again, with yourself. So she calls this the virtuous circle. She says it links conversation to the capacity for empathy and self-reflection. So we need the two kind of in this cycle, in this virtuous circle to thrive. They each uplift and support and build one another. It's not just something that we can have, but it's a skill that we can build, the skill of solitude, the skill of solicitude. And I think when we talk about relationships with others, in the context of social media in our current age, it's pretty, we know what that means, but what does a genuine relationship with ourselves mean, and what does a relationship with ourselves look like? So maybe it's thinking, it's writing, it's being able to understand our emotions or, our situation in a very meaningful sense outside of a sort of just self-help kind of a way that is just sold to us in these popular books, right? It's being able to develop thoughts and ideas that make our lives meaningful rather than just kind of scratching the surface of that. But the way I see it, and I think the way, Dave sees it and kind of develops in just the time energy theory, is that we're really unable to have this solitude and solicitude between us at a cultural, structural, societal level. And there's so many reasons for that I'd like to kind of get into. This virtuous circle is jeopardized by distraction. We're always distracted, right? The attention economy, it keeps us entertained while our world just becomes bleaker and bleaker. Wars, genocide, climate change, economic injustice, all of these things that, I feel so deeply in my heart, it hurts to even think about some of this stuff. Let me go on Instagram, we fall into that. It's really interesting. Sherry Turkle, throughout her book, she's done all these studies and talking to people, talking to teachers, and how teachers are seeing this upcoming generation of students. And one of the studies that she cited in thinking about and understanding solitude is that people that she talked to would rather administer an electric shock to themselves than have to sit alone with their thoughts. There was some viral video I saw in the last year of people being asked, is there anything scarier than being alone with your own thoughts? And most people were like, no, nothing, literally nothing. I would rather, encounter a bear than have to be alone with my own thoughts. And our technology, the internet in our pocket, makes it so that we never have to be bored. We never have to be truly alone. We are always entertained. And the consequences of this are actually really dire. Teachers find that children are having less and less empathy, are showing less signs of empathy for other children because they don't have a relationship with themselves. They don't have the time to kind of explore on their own, to be bored. Because recognizing yourself as a person first allows you to see other people as a person, as a human. She says, without solitude, we can't construct a stable sense of self. And so, what we see more in this younger generation, Dave and I just know off the top of our heads 3 young girls who experience and show signs of severe conduct disorders, expressing very violent thoughts, which we normally see not normally, but is more typical amongst younger boys. We're seeing it amongst teenage girls. And I think a lot of this comes from not having that solitude. There's bullying, rise of borderline type personality disorders, conduct disorders, and even, thinking about America and our kind of cultural phenomenon of school shootings, and oftentimes the narrative that gets attached to that is, oh, this loner, quiet kind of a guy. But he's lacking that solitude and solicitude. On the flip side, we're lacking in actually having true solicitude, being with others. We get sold this idea, we're so connected, we're more connected than ever, which is absolutely true, because we wouldn't be here in Oxford without the connection that is afforded to us via WhatsApp, Messenger, technology. But at the same time, we think that, because we have it here, we don't need it out here. So friends aren't having real conversations as much. Families are hyper distracted. You go to a restaurant nowadays and you see an entire family and the kids, rather than sitting playing like tic-tac-toe together on the kids menu, everyone's on their iPad watching separate YouTube videos in their own little worlds. This concept of like phubbing is something that Sherry Turkle introduced me to, which is when you're sitting like talking to someone, having a conversation at the same time that you're texting someone else on the phone. She finds, that having the phone on the table when you're in a conversation or in a class, that can lower the quality of a conversation because there's the possibility of distraction. I say as I have my phone on the table, but I'm using it for my timer, And so we have just surface level connection versus true companionship and relationships. She says, computers offer the illusion of companionship and friendship without the demands of friendship and intimacy. I've also been really inspired by the work of Jonathan Haidt. He recently came out with a book just this year called The Anxious Generation, where he actually sees the crisis of technology like fundamentally changing the psychology of this younger generation and the problems that we see, within the education system coming from that. And I think big tech, not to use the scary word, the boogeyman, but big tech is kind of, it's captured us. We don't have that time and that energy to really cultivate this solitude and solicitude, and so we're sold this entertainment as kind of a substitute. And I think too, it was Bo Burnham's Netflix special that came out a couple years ago, Inside, like truly one of the best pieces of film / theater I've saw in a long time, in the song Welcome to the Internet. And he kind of menacingly puts it, he's pretending almost to be big tech, and he says, not very long ago, just before your time, right before the towers fell, circa 99, there was catalogs, travel blogs, a chat room or two. We set our sights and spent our nights waiting for you, insatiable you. Mommy let you use her iPad. You were barely 2, and it did all the things we designed it to do. Now look at you. You, unstoppable, watchable, your time is now, your insides out, honey, how you grew. And so that was just like, if you've seen this special, it's this spectacle. He's like, welcome to the internet. And then it gets dark and it gets real. And it really just makes you think about like the role that these companies have played, not to be all conspiratorial about what they're doing, but there's something to say about the way in which the algorithms have been designed, like slot machines, the addictiveness that comes from that technology. We also see, I think, the education system perpetuating this cycle of not having true solitude and solicitude because of the way that it is geared towards and geared to set up and create us to be, workers in a capitalist system, as opposed to humans flourishing in the arts and humanities, getting to explore all these fields out of genuine curiosity. There's no time to do that. We got to get our degrees, to get our jobs, to pay our debt, to pay our bills, right? From a very early age, at least in the United States, in our kind of public schooling system, you're categorized either into the smart kids or the dumb kids. You're pitted against each other in kind of competition for recognition from the teachers, from your parents, from your peers even. If you're one of the unlucky ones who didn't naturally excel at reading, writing, or math, your hopes of attending a prestigious university or being well-read or getting a good career are lowered, and you're seen as less deserving, like this is the life that you've earned because you couldn't take a test on a random Tuesday. If you're deemed as smart or gifted and talented because you're good at taking tests or regurgitating academic jargon that the teachers want to hear, they'll exploit your tendencies and they'll overwork you, conditioning you to be a good little worker, always on call, sleeping on the floor at 3 a.m. so it's easier to wake up to finish the 4 projects that you're working on, like was the entire month of February for me, my senior year of high school. I probably slept an average of 4 hours a night. Then you'll move on to this neoliberalized job-centric university, one that both alienates us from the work that we're doing while overworking you and exploiting you with busy work and, be an adjunct instructor for us. We'll pay you $1,000 a credit while you put in basically full-time work because it's something you care about if you're teaching. And just to become a cog in the capitalist machine. This neoliberal meaning kind of profit-centric education, which manifests in the content being dumbed down, being outrageously expensive, and serving the demands of capitalism. It's anti-solitude because of the constant hustle it demands, the busy work, and how much you have to pay, meaning you have to work outside of doing all the schoolwork and the busy work. And it's anti-solicitude because students and scholars don't even have the opportunity anymore, at least in these American public universities, to be engaged in the genuine pursuit of truth because of these demands of capitalism. You have to pursue a practical degree to pay off your debt. And so what is the university if it's not a place to uplift this virtuous circle, to build us up in our solitude and our ability to think critically about the things that plague us, the thoughts that are interesting to us, our curiosities, and to, build genuine relationships with our peers, with other professors. It's a cog for workers. It's a glorified trade school, and it's a debt machine at the end of the day, these American universities. Yet the universities still kind of push this idea of the American dream, and I think a lot of American workers still attach to this idea of the American dream, that we can just, if we just internalize that work and that hustle culture, we can just pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and just work hard enough to succeed, just like Steve Jobs or Mark Zuckerberg, these idols in American culture. Now it's Elon Musk. He's the guy. He's got it all figured out. So despite this American dream that we can have a good life if we just work hard enough, it's not the reality. The reality is that this capitalist machine has kind of in a way sucked our souls away, sucked our humanity away a little bit. It's robbed us of the ability to have solitude, solicitude, and what Dave calls time energy. We spend hours of our precious time and energy every week working to pay the bills, to scrape by, filling what little time we have with our, going back to Huxley, our soma-filled activities, scrolling, drinking, swiping right on Tinder, what have you. The hyper-capitalist and job-centric American culture collapses time energy in its reduction just to labor power, and we are seen as workers before we're allowed to be seen as artists, as friends, as lovers, as parents. Our time energy is depleted through work, through the distracting, addicting technologies paid for and promoted by big tech, through structural institutions that strip us of our humanity and set us up to be lifetime workers and nothing more, leaving us with no meaningful time or energy for ourselves and our loved ones. Time to make new friendships or care about our old ones, time to have relationships and raise children, time to go on long walks out in the forest and be undistracted, to pursue our passions on a reliable basis, to maybe one day become experts in a field. Instead, I fear that we're living in this Huxleyan dystopia in which big tech sells us an artificial happiness that robs us of our alone time by giving us the internet in our pocket, and that makes us believe we are connected when we are more alone than ever, in which entertainment has replaced meaningful human pursuits in the higher arts. And so what is to be done? The long-time question that every person who wants to change the world is posed with. Do we need some sort of communist revolution? Do we need to ban TikTok like they're talking about doing in the United States? Maybe it's both. Maybe it's neither. Maybe it's a solution that's kind of out of reach for the limited American imagination to imagine a future in which we can be enlightened, in which we can have these genuine solitude and solicitude relationships. But this is kind of what we know in America, and in talking to American workers, there really is no imagination for anything beyond this. One thing I believe is that Americans need to be able to imagine a society in which we have leisure, in which we have time energy, in which we don't have to work 40 plus hours a week for terrible pay, in which having a family is not seen as an economic or emotional burden. Time energy is crucial to founding and maintaining meaningful relationships with others and ourselves. And as I wrap up here, I'll be so interested to hear the perspective of all of you in this psychedelic society, particularly thinking about the role in which, these kind of enlightening substances can play, and maybe ways that they can hinder. You've got this soma in the Huxley world, which from where I saw it maybe as representing like alcohol, or kind of quick, we go after the bar, we get our drink, we're in a good mood. I have experienced, psychedelics one time, and it really had me coming out going, I can overcome my phone addiction. Life is love. Like, I really did feel that typical, first time trip, and I still feel the effects of that to this day, but it didn't really fix my relationship with my phone like I thought it would. And I think there is a role for something like that, or maybe a way in which we can kind of raise that consciousness to feeling attached to genuine solitude and solicitude without those substances. I'd just be so curious to hear everyone's thoughts. And so that is my 20 minutes for my presentation. Thank you all so much, and I'll open the floor to everyone.
Thank you.
What I find interesting, it's like this compromise between we need societies that are there to help us, to guide us, but also the free will, this idea of we are all responsible of our actions. And it's what also I think when I have people that go into meditation, or the whole help yourself, it's your own fault, your misery. No, actually, you know what? I come from a poor background. I could not have, you're from the United States, I'm from France. Education is free in France. But I'm following people. There's this show on YouTube, Ramsey, that guy is an old guy. And I was listening to that last time, orthodontist having $1 million credits loan, student loan, because you have student loan, I was like, how can you get $1 million student loan, And that's your problem then. But then you, as Americans, you are responsible of who you decide. And, there's a lot of work to do. Either you have people that are too good, and then they want to be out of the system because it's too disgusting. And then you have great people in your country, but they are never given the chance. And you have fools that are there, and elderlies, or people that should not be. We're not going to talk about American politics because France has its problem also. But I think it's really that thing about solitude. I decide to be alone. If I want to go to the woods, I have woods. If I want to go to the river, if I want to switch off my computer, it's my decision. Nobody's putting a gun on my, Then what, people need to, and people like Steve Jobs, they never allow the kids to use these tablets first of all.
Gosh, I actually got to say, I really, really liked your talk, and because I really resonate with a lot of things that you brought up. And I think one of the things that in terms of maybe more on the psychedelics front is that I really see what you mean about I think with the thing with psychedelics is that it can bring realizations about things that you could improve in your life. But I went to a talk a while ago with these two therapists from America, actually. Howard Lip, I think, was one of the practitioners, and he said something that really shocked me, because with the psychedelics, it's it can bring those realizations, but it doesn't mean that you will implement them into your life. And he said that's the hard part of psychedelics, is that you may have those moments where you're like, oh, I realize I need to do this now, but then it's when that moment goes, it's up to you to really try your hardest to implement them. And I think somebody called it shadow work. I've heard it being called that before, where it's this idea of trying to implement the things that you've learned, and that's a really difficult process. And one of the things that, just from personal experience and about this solitude, and isolation from society and trying to find real connection is that, like, for me personally, like, I would say probably about 3 years ago, like, I just stopped all social media because, and I think the reason why I did it was because I realized how much it had been impacting me. And it's through the means of comparison. Like, that was what I realized was, like, the real thing. Because, like, for example, like, I used to dye my hair blonde, I used to wear makeup, I used to shave my legs, I used to do all of these things. And I realized I was doing it because I was, like, looking at what was, you know, what other people my age look like. And so I was doing all these things, and then I realized, like, wow, like, I just want to be me. And I think you mentioned this earlier in your talk about, like, finding your genuine self. And I think by, like, actually removing social media from my life, I realized, like, I don't have anyone to compare anymore. And so I realized, like, who am I actually? And I could finally go on that journey of finding out, like, what do I actually like? Like, how do I want to be perceived? And, like, you know, I realized that, yeah, without that comparison, I no longer felt like there was a standard that I had to live up to. I could just be myself. And I think that then carries on into, like, further kind of implementations in your life, because then the people who are attracted to you that you meet on a day-to-day basis are actually attracted to you because you're just being your genuine self. And then, because I found that even in the past, even if I was having friends and stuff, there was always in the back of my mind, was it because of the things that I was changing about myself is why they're there, rather than I'm being myself and that's why they're there. So, like, even if they were there for my actual personality or whatever, I was still thinking, is it because of my blonde hair, or is it because of the makeup that I wear? That, you know, it was always in the back of my mind. And I think, I don't know, I find that there's definitely a connection about being your genuine self, social media, and connections with others that are very intertwined. And I still don't think I fully understand what that relationship is, but yeah, I definitely think there's something there about comparison too, because I think when you start to compare to others, you're almost isolating yourself from them. Because I don't know, something about being like, oh, it's them and me, and I, you know, comparing, and it's almost like this competition as well. It's all in work. It separates individuals apart from each other. So if we can get rid of the comparison and the competition, I think we'll start to see a really big change in kind of society. But yeah, these are just some of my thoughts that I've gotten from your talk. I thought it was really, really interesting.
Thank you so much. I wanted to touch upon a few of the things that you talked about around solitude and solicitude, and I'll just start with a bit of an anecdote. I remember meeting someone and wanting to kind of, I was in a period of my life where I was kind of trying to find my way after kind of arriving here in Oxford and going through kind of the initial discovery phase. And I remember saying kind of I'm bored, right? Let's hang out together because I'm bored. And that was a part of, as you were saying, not being used to solitude, not being used to valuing solitude, because I've been trained to make my time productive. But then on the opposite side, I was off the internet, off the big platforms. I was meeting up with friends to play board games or play things. And a lot of people, I feel Oxford in particular, has a good culture of meeting up and doing things face to face. And you think that is a social event, but very often you end up using the activity as a as something to hide the actual social interaction. You meet, you experience each other, but you don't develop anything within that experience that furthers you. I feel like that's something that you become more and more aware as you repeat, and then you end up with the dissatisfaction at the end of the experience saying, what have I gained? And to kind of bring it back to your question about psychedelics and things like that, I will kind of come from a different perspective from a mindfulness training, from a mindfulness experience, which is there's always the question of interacting with these thoughts. How did I feel when I was saying I am bored? What was I actually feeling then? What was I trying to hide? When I am with my friends and I don't feel the satisfaction of being with my friends, what am I missing? Yeah, so in the end, and what then this leads me to is kind of the bigger question, the not necessarily metaphysical questions, but like in terms of divinity, but metaphysical in the sense of how would a just life look like? Yeah, in a society that is not kind of the Buddhist retreat into monastery life, but in a social life, in a life as busy as in Oxford and any of the bigger cities. And how do we basically kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Tolerate each other in a way beyond the group that we interact with day to day, and obviously form deep relationships with.
I found what you said very resonating. This year, I've been more social than ever, and at the same time, I've also had periods when I felt incredibly lonely. And I was wondering, there's a big aspect of human connection, but what aspect is about going inwards? Because at the end of the day, the person you spend most of the time with is yourself. Will you ever be satisfied by adding more and more and more friends? Or is there something to be resolved internally?
I wanted to say one thing, my own thoughts about this reclaiming conversation, virtuous circle between solitude and solicitude, being genuine, being with oneself versus genuine being with others. What's the opposite of that? When the circle breaks down, it's isolation when you're with yourself and isolation when you're with others, aloneness in both cases. And I just wanted to shout out Hannah Arendt, who I already mentioned earlier, but in Sherry Turkle's book, she references Arendt, and specifically a very important work on some questions of moral philosophy in her book, Responsibility and Judgment. And this relates exactly to what you were just saying. The question about the self that you are in relation to. And what Arendt says is that there's Hannah Arendt, I'll write it on the thing, that there is no just one you. There is your sort of base self, your habitual self that you fall back into, and there's the self that you can strive to become. And if this virtuous circle breaks down, then you're not able to ask yourself, is my life worth living if I keep living this way? And her experience as a German Jew who had to flee the Holocaust, basically, is how does our society make it so that people do not have to ask themselves that question? The question of, can I keep living with myself if I keep going along with society the way it's going? Yeah. And
For time's sake, Dave,
We can also
go into the break. Yeah. Okay.
30. He'll keep it tight. He'll keep it tight.
I swear it's extremely necessary for the progression of world history, what I have to say. So I understand the temptation to hurry it up, but like if I don't speak, like literally world history, rationality itself will devolve. So okay. No. So two people said, like, you said, what about the interpersonal connection where I'm playing a board game, but really this reminds me, the Scientologists have this exact thought. You stare at the other person right in the eyes and you don't say anything. And the idea you'll get to the real thing. So I'm a mental health therapist because I'm insane. But no, this is an important point. So like this is, I don't think this is the answer. Like the real, I'm really gonna get the real thing if I just like stare at. You have to be. This is a Žižek point. You have to be mediated by the third thing. It's you, me, and then the big other, or like the structure, or like the administration, right? Also, the individual. I have to be with myself. Really. Because like if you are in solitary confinement, you will go insane, not because you're like weird, but because this is like what people do when they're isolated, like the monkey experiments where they choose the cloth over food and this kind of thing. So just consider like maybe it's in terms of like it is about the surface and participating with the surface, not always the hidden depths. And psychedelics pulls you to this like crazy knowledge that you can get about the depths, but don't lose the kind of importance of like this surface interaction, both for your individual self and for making connections with. So yeah. So like I said, I swear it's super necessary for like world history.
You did good, son. No, that was really good, actually. Thank you. Yeah, I think it probably was important for world history. And now, for the autobiography.
I'll start by kind of addressing a little bit of like this idea of, what about the kind of the loneliness that we can feel if we're just spending alone? And one of, my, not just a research interest, but kind of an interest of like the project of my life, and I know it's the same with Dave, and I'm sure many people in this room, but this idea of what is the good life? Like, what does that mean to live a good, meaningful, fulfilling human life? And I think most high art, it doesn't even have to be high art, but a lot of art and culture tells us and shows us that it is the art and the music and the film and the beauty and the love of all these different things that we can pursue and relationships that we can have. That is what makes life good. That is kind of what builds to the good life. Building our higher selves, reading poetry or philosophy, all of the things that we can find our interests in and pursue. And so in thinking about the importance of solitude, not only is it necessary to just kind of like know ourselves, be comfortable with ourselves when we have to be alone, but to have the time to then develop these higher capacities, to develop these skills and these passions. And so, this idea of the good life, and I've always been really interested in theater. That was kind of my first love in the arts from a very early age. I was into theater and musicals. The reason I joined the tour late was because I was in a musical, a production of Cinderella back in Boise. I got to be in the ensemble and do lots of the dancing and singing, which was really fun. A lot of my thoughts on this, and particularly I've done a lot of research on like neoliberal higher education, particularly in the United States, and the way that it's kind of been instrumentalized towards the means of just capitalism and like turning us into workers, also stems from this desire to understand and cultivate the good life, not just in myself, but in everybody, like for everybody to have that opportunity. And when I went to school, so I came out of an international baccalaureate program in high school, which is just kind of, it's like a global program that I think goes a little bit more in depth on certain subjects. And it kind of, in one sense, was a way to, like I said earlier, like capitalize on these gifted and talented, these smart students. But it was also out of a love of learning that I chose to pursue this path. And those classes were ultimately pretty rigorous. They did keep me up very late. It had me very stressed a lot, crying a lot. But they were rigorous, and I felt like I was learning a lot about the world and really getting to develop like meaningful knowledge in like Spanish and history and theater. And so coming out of that into an American university, I was like dumbfounded at just how, not even easy, but just how unrigorous a majority of my classes were, at how just so surface level it was. I think we get this like cultural idea that, oh, you go to college, you're gonna become really well read and be able to say, oh, I've read Foucault and blah blah blah, and all these like great thinkers. And even as a social science, as a sociology student, I didn't receive that. And so part of my passion for like critiquing and trying to understand the university just comes from my own experience of, my experience was kind of bad. And I can just like walking through, the campus around here, I can only imagine like what goes on in these beautiful historic old buildings. And maybe it's also kind of shitty, and maybe you guys are learning, like actually getting a chance to read and have conversations and dialogue and contradictions that helps knowledge emerge. And just lastly, my interest in this particularly just stems from my own relationship to technology. I had an iPad around the age of 11. I worked hard. I saved up money. I helped my dad in his baking business at the time to be able to buy that. And at first, it was great. I used it to make like home videos and bond with my siblings. So our cameraman over here is my brother. But like it was a great tool for creativity. And then as my peers around me had social media apps, Instagram, Snapchat, like that's when this kind of spiral and this what I would consider to be like a toxic kind of addictive relationship emerged. And it's something, post 10 plus years later, I still struggle with to this day. And I'll get off Instagram, I'll do like just the cycles that I fall into. And so trying to rigorously understand the way in which kind of that system, and I say big tech, but just the way in which like these algorithms kind of suck us in, how it functions, trying to understand more philosophical or theoretical values to base my habit changing in. So it's not just, oh, I'll just do this thing, I'll just stop using it, but why am I going to stop using it? And all of that again relates just back to the good life and wanting to live a meaningful life and not feel like I'm like parasocially stuck to this thing that's distracting me from being able to build my higher capacities, to pursue theater or philosophy or all of the things that make life meaningful. And so I just want to say thank you all so much for your time, for being here. It looks like we've got a little break before we'll hear from Nance at 4:30. So we'll go from there. Thank you.
Now we get to hear from Owen Cox.
That's right.
And I'll let him say a few things about what he's going to do. But this, I want everyone to know, this is a time when you can go get tea and everything like that, but also you can just sit here and appreciate what he's going to do.
So yeah, I mean, thank you guys. This has been fantastic so far. Real pleasure. And it's interesting we're talking about time because I've had what you call in English a monumental cock-up, which is where I thought this event was in the evening. And so I booked my band to play this evening at this event. And it's the afternoon. And so we will not be playing. But what I will attempt to do is play one of our tracks through the sound system that we've got here. But what I would like to do, I mean, so basically it's about 14 minutes long, but let's take a break. Everyone can go to the toilet, have a drink, even go outside, get a bit of air. I'll try and set it up so for about 10 past, we can get it going. You're welcome to be here. You're also welcome to stay outside. I think if people are in here, happy for you to talk, but just keep your voices down a little bit so people can listen. If you want to laugh and shout and argue a little bit outside.
I just want to, could you maybe say, I know you'll probably say some of this when people come back, but for people who are trying to decide what to do in their next half hour, say a little bit about the intentionality that has gone into the making of this music, because I think it's really special, everybody.
Yeah, thanks. So what I am going to play, which is not what I intended to play, but there you go, is a piece of music from an album we recorded during COVID called Orpheus. Orpheus being this Greek archetypal first musician, first poet. And I think we're really exploring this idea of going to this, the seeds and the foundation from where you bring up whatever inspiration is. But I think if you're here, and I'll talk about this a little bit before I play the track, we're playing around with different time signatures, actually, and I'm always fascinated by this. In contemporary culture, a lot of our pop music is in 4/4, dum 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 dum, which is a great time signature. It's very familiar. You can dance to it. Most dance music is in it. But we went into different things. So it starts with the passages in 4/4. Then you bring in a guitar part that's in 5/4, which is this restless, unfinished feel to it. It's like dum. And then towards the end, we also bring in this polyrhythmic aspect. So that's where you've got the drums playing one rhythm and the guitar playing in a different time signature. And that, if it lands, starts to create this vortex of different rhythms overlapping at the same time. And I always think personally that's interesting for thinking about the world we're living in at the moment, where we've got, like I was just on a Zoom call earlier with people probably in 4 different time zones, all overlapping with one another. And I think it's interesting that with polyrhythms is something that comes, African music uses it a lot, jazz began to explore it a lot, so it's something that Western music, not in the pop level but actually in the more avant-garde level, has been playing with for the last 100 years or so. And it's also fascinating, I'm always fascinated by Indian music in particular, because Indian music's super complex at the same time and they have these rhythmic patterns, but Indian pop music uses these complex rhythmic patterns that Western pop music doesn't quite do yet. And I'm fascinated that why they're doing that, and why can their pop ear enjoy music of more rhythmic sophistication than our pop ear can. So that's some beginnings. Please go have a drink, get some sun. And Dave, do you want to say something? Perfect. We will start again here at about 10, maybe 12 past or so. So as I said, guys, take a listen. Don't need to be totally silent. Feel free to continue talking if you like, but just keep it down. And I'll invite you all to just pay attention to the rhythms and how they're aligning with the melodies and what sorts of different actually energies that the different time signatures have associated with them.
Oh, my.
It's on Spotify and Apple Music, hopefully. And we're called Microcosmos with 2 Ks. And the album's called Orpheus. If you type that in, you'll hopefully find it. And yeah, I mean, I know Carl. I mean, if otherwise, if you want to message Carl or the Theory Underground guys or whoever, if anyone's looking for it, we can get the links to you. And yes, exactly. And we do hope to be playing live, not just this evening, which we're not doing, but but elsewhere. So yes, thank you for listening.
Hello, beautiful listener. I see you. Just kidding. I can't. But I have to interrupt this just really quick to make my own advertisement, my very own. The one that says subscribing, liking, commenting, it actually makes a really big difference. So even if you're just on the free side, shout out to you. Thanks for doing it. Make sure to subscribe and all that. Especially people on the podcast, make sure to say something nice in the reviews. It actually really helps. And I need reviews on every platform, all right? Because I just hate to say it, it matters, you know? I try not to chase the almighty algorithm, but also I don't want to have all of this beautiful content go to waste. And so I'm trying to walk a fine line between quality and quantity. And I come out way heavier on the side of quality, as you can obviously see we do here. But come on, let's push that subscribe button, you know? Let's smash that like button, you know? Like, teach the algorithm what you actually care about, all right? And then maybe it'll show it to other people. That's great. All right, let's get back to it. Growing up in the music scene back home in Spokane, there were always musicians who took their craft very seriously, which meant that they got tired of playing everything in 4/4 for us heathens. But I liked to dance and bob my head and move, and I couldn't move to the music, and I didn't have the sort of concepts to make sense of what they were doing, and no one ever took me aside. No big brother figure ever said, hey, here's how to listen to this kind of music, man. And I was just saying, as after Owen's opening statements earlier, I told Nance, I said, man, if Dillinger Escape Plan had just given a little lecture before they played, I think I would have liked them. So thank you so much. And I really do appreciate that. Now, I just want to say a couple of things here. Cadell last is going to be first here. Nance will actually be last. There's just been a slight change in plans. Cadell last is the founder of Philosophy Portal. Philosophy Portal and Theory Underground are both online teaching and publishing platforms, which means that in a sort of sense, we are competitors because you all have very little time, energy, and attention to give to either of us, and money, let's be honest. And so the fact is that could be a problem, but you know what? We have a respect for one another, and it's because we're out here in the wild, wild west trying to figure out how to do this thing, and we get so much more from actually sharing and helping each other out. And so I don't know, I kind of see you like a friend, a brother, someone who's a colleague. All of those things are metaphors that fail in various ways to actually articulate who Cadell actually is to both me and also Theory Underground itself. But thank you so much, Cadell. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here, because it is through you and your ability to organize with people that I met Carl Hayden Smith, who will be the speaker that comes after you. And so without that, this wouldn't have happened. So please put your hands together for Cadell. Let's go.
Thank you, man. Yeah, thank you for that. Is it okay if I'm going to use that? That's cool. Yeah, and it's been, I mean, a pleasure to work with Theory Underground. There's, there are not many people, I think, doing what we're doing, and I think there are even fewer people doing what we're doing who are able to collaborate on this level. So, I mean, I've learned a lot from you as well, and it just makes life more meaningful to have this collaboration. So, and I'm super excited to be here, and it's been a fantastic event so far. I'm going to use a little bit this, and what I want to talk about is time energy. And I'm going to talk about lack to excess. And Dave actually set up this idea really well for me when he was talking about mechanical clock time, and the way he was sort of thinking about time as being reduced to an inhuman dimension, let's say. And juxtaposing sort of the inhuman mechanical clock time versus, let's say, human time. And I want to talk about where this started. So in order to do that, there's a philosopher that really is the foundation of philosophy portal, Hegel, that I'm going to use to juxtapose against what I think is the foundation of where this sort of inhuman mechanical clock time came from. And trying to historicize this a little bit. So I think it came basically from, is it okay? That's good, yeah. So I think it basically came from the modern scientific revolution, and specifically Newtonian determinism, in regards to how we currently think about time. So let's say you've got Newton and determinism. And I'm just realizing that this is, we've got Hegel and freedom. And what I want to talk about in relationship to these two philosophers, I think that these two philosophers in some sense structure the modern world, is that in the Newtonian deterministic paradigm, space-time is concrete and freedom is abstract. So I don't know if you guys, maybe there's a book that was recently released called Determinism, and there's basically a worldview within a lot of modern science that sees freedom as basically an illusion, that freedom isn't real in space-time. Freedom isn't real and space-time is real. In some sense, what happens in the inversion between Newton and Hegel is the idea that space-time is actually abstract and freedom is the most concrete. And this inversion, I think, is really important for the topic of time energy, because when we talk about time energy, I think what's really at stake is how do we conceptualize our freedom. I think there was someone who came up here earlier who said, you spend your entire life on the clock, and then when you have your time energy, you don't know what to do with yourself. So we get trained into a certain point of view under determinism and under clock time, where we actually don't know what to do with our freedom. And when we have our freedom, we recoil in horror about it. I think, Anne, you were saying that there's nothing more terrifying for young people today than to just spend time with their own subjectivity, to spend time with their own freedom. And this is increasingly, I think, a historical crisis, as I think your presentation really did a good job pointing out. And why going from lack to excess is I want to use these signifiers as what I think is really a paradigm shift in some way. And I think both of us at Theory Underground and Philosophy Portal are participating in this paradigm shift, that at one point in history, the mechanization of space-time was the most important thing for us to do, in Newton's time, for example, because there was an entire world to explore. Space and time, space had yet to be mapped, and time had yet to be mechanized. And so the mechanization of space and time was actually a historically incredibly important phase for our species to go through. But now space has been mapped. The entire universe has basically been mapped. The entire observable universe has been mapped. Time is still more of a mystery, which is why I like that Dave includes it in the concept time energy. But on some level, time has, in some sense, also been conquered, in part by capital, but in part by technology, in the sense that we can bring in Carl for a presentation next, even in some sense obliterating the space-time barrier, and bring him here with us right now. And I think that in the future, if in the last 500 years of science, space and time under a deterministic framework have been the most important concepts, I think in the next 500 years, I would wager, and even I would question the way I'm even framing this now, because I'm framing it in terms of time, the next 500 years. So I want to even deconstruct the way I'm currently able to frame it. But that the most important concepts will be lack and excess. And I want to frame time energy in terms of lack and excess for a sec. And I also want to connect it to what Anne was saying about this horror of confronting our own subjectivity, of being alone with ourselves. I think the horror of confronting our own subjectivity and being alone with ourselves is because we have to face our own lack, that we lack. And I think that most people try to fill that lack. They try to fill that lack with other people. They try to fill that lack with objects. They try to fill that lack with consumerist. They try to fill that lack with a job-centered society. They try to fill that lack with a PhD. I once, there was a guy who was working at an institute when I was doing my postdoc, who had 5 different doctoral titles after his name. You know, it was like X name and doctor. It's like, you know, at what point is the lack going to be filled, sir? You know, like, you know, like, right? Like, so there's many ways in which we can fill our lack, I'm trying to say, right? And if we don't confront our lack, what's the risk here? The risk here is unreflective excess. So there's another theme that's been coming up in a few talks, which is the excess of being stuck on social media, being stuck on the algorithm, constantly doom scrolling, right? There's an immediacy of excess that we get swamped by, and if we're not reflecting on our lack, if we're not able to be with our lack, then we will get captured by excess of various forms, right? And here, going to situate time energy and get a little personal here. And again, what's at stake here is moving from a deterministic framework to actually understanding what is human freedom, and actually reconciling ourselves with the fact that freedom is actually the most concrete. Freedom is actually the most real. Space-time is actually the most abstract. Space-time is actually maybe not real, actually. It might have been historically necessary for us to conquer space-time. And you even see this in 20th century science fiction imaginaries, like where we are unable to think human freedom, and the science fiction fantasy is once we've colonized the entire planet and so forth, then we're going to go out into space. We're going to go out into the rest of the galaxy, and so our imagination is really unable to confront the reality of actually what we have to confront when we've, you know, basically networked the entire planet, is our own lack and our own being overwhelmed with excess. So what I want to first talk about in this is we would assume that it would be great, and I think this is something that it might be helpful, because I do think that you're on a very shallow, superficial level confronting people who are saying, if I had all the time energy in the world, I'd just jerk off and eat ice cream, right? It's a shallow, superficial critique, but there is a kernel here that we need to engage with, is that what would we really do if we had our time energy? There is questions here that I think we do need to work through. And I want to start by saying that I've done what I've done in this world because of an ethical disposition in relationship to time-energy lack. Okay, so I want to say first and foremost, it's really important that we don't victimize ourselves in regards to time-energy lack. Time energy we do, and I want to say this, irrespective, and this came up last night, there was someone last night who was talking about there are people with insane wealth, absurd levels of wealth, unprecedented historical human, they still have to confront time energy lag because they're going to die. No matter how much, and now there are some people in this situation who are trying to obfuscate that by engaging immortality projects, which I think will be a failure. I don't think that now it's interesting what the consequences of those things will be. They'll have technological consequences. There are people cryogenically freezing themselves. There are people who are engaging anti-aging technologies which might have a real effect on our lifespan and all of that. But I don't think that I think their immortality projects are very childish. I think they're philosophically unsophisticated, definitely. But the point here I want to say is that time energy lack is unifying. It unifies us. I wrote a piece on Substack about Dave's book called Time Energy Lack. Are we unified in time energy lack? I would actually say it's a first principle for an emancipatory revolutionary politics, that we are actually unified by time energy lack in a certain sense, certainly on the sense that we all die. And so everyone is limited by this time energy lack on some deep level. It's a matter of who's able to reflectively bring this lack to consciousness, to put it into the theme of consciousness of time energy. Can you bring this lack to consciousness? And can you work with it? Right? And the difference between who can do that and who cannot has a huge consequence. I grew up in a working class background. One of the themes and one of the unities between Dave and I is this theme of coming from a working class background and trying to think and theorize it. A lot of people I grew up around got drowned in excess. They drowned in excess. Alcohol was a big excess that people drowned in around me. I still have vivid memories of being up late, reading, studying, and in the next room, excessive drinking going on, right? And this being sort of a, it was a really powerful, phenomenal experience for me to work through this and to separate myself and actually to isolate myself. And it wouldn't have been possible if I couldn't have isolated myself from this. If I was, going along with what was going on in my social environment. What happens when you confront time energy lack? I think actually energy is more fundamental than time. I see, like connected to Dave's presentation, I see time as basically money. When I look at my bank account, I basically am looking at time. How much time do I have? And for what? For what? For free energy. I have this much time for free energy and to create with this free energy. So, time for what? For energy, just freedom. And the older you get, the more you realize how precious your energy is. Because I'm 37 and my energy levels, I have to become more disciplined as I get older to maintain my energy levels. I think that I can maintain my energy level at a similar level as when I'm 30, but only through more discipline. And more, and the older I get, the more I have to become disciplined. And almost every year, something new arises in my phenomenal horizon, which reminds me of aging, and which reminds me of something that I'm not thinking about in regards to my lack. So this is a long, lifelong process to reconcile yourself with time energy lack. And the stakes are freedom. The stakes are freedom. And the risk of slavery is always there. The risk of the risk of slavery is not always the bourgeoisie or the upper class or capitalism even. It's not. And intellectuals, I think, I'm critical. I want to become more and more critical of the way intellectuals in their discourse talk about capitalism and talk about people who have a lot of money. And they create these narratives that they're victims because there are people who have a lot of money. There's a truth to it. There's a truth to it, but it can also go too far. And it can also be a way to obfuscate the real problem and to obfuscate one's own self-discipline in regards to this issue, which I think is the zero level of thinking about these things. So one can become very self-disciplined here. In regards to lack. And in that, sometimes people can become too moralistic about excess. That's a threat. I don't think we have to become too moralistic about excess. I think we can develop a different relationship to excess, and in fact, we have to develop a different relationship to excess, because I actually think social media has a lot of positive things about it. And algorithms and the internet and these surfaces that we're all on have a lot of positive things about it. What we're really complaining about with the algorithms and the internet and the social media is our own lack of discipline in relationship to it. And our own lack of education and communication about the challenge that presents, the overwhelming challenge that presents, because it's not just something that I can do in a day, and it's not something that I can even ever get perfect at. It's going to be a lifelong relationship with this new reality, because I don't think these digital surfaces and what I call our new screen being are going anywhere. I think it's just our new reality, and I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I think it's the future of our life. Now, Goethe said that to become great, one must limit oneself. You cannot become great without the capacity to limit oneself. And so I knew a lot of, when I was at university, coming from a lower class background, I achieved more in 4 years than a lot of people who came from upper class households, and they wasted their time. And a lot of people, they didn't realize what they had. And they weren't able to limit themselves. And because they weren't able to limit themselves, I think they suffered as a consequence of that. I think we have to learn how to limit ourselves. Growing up in a lower class background or in any way does not guarantee that you can learn how to limit yourself, but it does confront you with a certain lack that's inescapable, that can give you an advantage in relationship to how you reflect on it. At the end of the day, we all have to learn how to limit ourselves. And I think that for me, time energy lack has been a blessing. But at the same time, I do believe that just because I was able to personally limit myself and I was personally able to use time energy lack in a positive way, I don't believe that means we should give up, or I should give up on the idea of a real emancipatory political project in which the ground floor of time energy was a lot higher than it is. I think the ground floor of time energy should be a lot higher than it is. In limiting myself and in living the way I lived, I had to separate myself from my family, and I had to separate myself from all my friends, and that's why Dave always emphasizes the socialist dimension of time energy, I would say, when you emphasize us, the time energy between us. So the question becomes, in our current situation, we have no choice. We have a certain ground floor of time energy lack, which I would say is higher than any. At the same time, I think the ground floor of our time energy lack is probably objectively a lot higher than any time in human history for many people. In the 19th century, I wouldn't want to go back to the 19th century. I wouldn't want to go back to the 15th century. I wouldn't want to go back any time in the past. I would rather be here, and I would gladly be fighting the emancipatory process here than any time in the past. So I think that's objectively true. At the same time, the ground floor should be a lot higher, and I think the term time energy, and I think thinking about lack and excess in this way, can open up a different political conversation. When I hear leftists talk about basic income, oftentimes I think it's very lazy the way it's being talked about. I'm for the project. But I think it's lazy the way it's talked about. And I think that the project should be tied to the question of the good life, because I'm currently teaching Hegel's philosophy of right, back to Hegel and philosophy of right as a political project. And Hegel says explicitly the good life is necessary to understand freedom. But the question of the good life is really a philosophical challenge. It's not easy to approach what is the good life. It's a really difficult question. It's a lifelong question as well. But at the same time, the good life is necessary for freedom, Hegel says, politically. So if we're not thinking through the good life, and we're not thinking about freedom, then we risk slavery at every moment. And that's a historical question that only we can answer now, because the historical conditions in which we are living are different than any time in the past. So we can't just merely consult Plato on this. We should consult Plato. We should go read Hegel. But that's not sufficient. Spaces like this, organizations like Theory Underground and Philosophy Portal are necessary for these reasons, because our historical condition is not reducible to the past. The present is different from the past, very different. And only we are alive now to think this. Plato isn't alive now. Hegel isn't alive now. They can't help us with this beyond the books that they've left us. So the question for me becomes, we have to accept time energy lack, we have to work with time energy lack, we have to reflect on it, but we should still fight for a higher ground floor. And there is a higher ground floor possible, and I think that the socialist project in some sense has been, it's hard for us to imagine the socialist project today, I would claim, because when I was growing up, the left was thinking in terms of we're in capitalism, but democratic socialism is here and can be expanded. And I think it's harder to buy that project today. It's harder to believe that the democratic socialist project is still alive and can be expanded. It's hard to believe it's alive, let alone expanded. So, and older signifiers like communism, I'm open to philosophically working and speculating with them, but I don't really think they work. I don't think that signifier works. So we're at a lack here in regards to language, and I don't think psychedelics are going to help with language, as Dave was bringing up. Psychedelics can bring you to a certain immediacy, but I think you were mentioning about, and you mentioned in your reflection on psychedelics as well, that psychedelics can give you a certain realization, they can give you a certain insight, but then the real challenge is the implementation, right, and the integration. Right? And if you keep going back to psychedelics, that can also be a way to that can also be a threat to freedom. Right? And if you use psychedelics to get out of the difficulties of language and working with language, that can also be an obstacle to freedom. Right? So it's a part of the picture. It's a part of the picture, but it can't be the whole picture. And ultimately, it does come back to what Dave was saying at the beginning of his talk about language, about having to work with language, how difficult that is. We're at a real deadlock with concepts that can help us practically work through a new emancipatory political project. And again, when people are signifying towards something like basic income, what's being signified is that we have to have a new ground floor that redefines our relationship to necessary labor and gives us more of a gap to define what is my relationship to labor, what is my relationship to work, what is my relationship to all of these things. And the question for me becomes, what would be the good life in a world with a higher floor of time energy lack, in a world with more excess, in a world with more time energy excess? And the idea I want to leave with, because I'm sure that time is, how much time do I have? I should wrap up now, and so what the idea I'm going to leave everyone with is the question of what I've been thinking about and where I'm coming to is, what would be the reason to avoid just jerking off and eating ice cream in a world with a higher level of time energy lack? Because there are people who don't like there is something stubborn and horrible about the human being that isn't confronted with limit, that isn't confronted with lack. There are people who abuse that. There are people who waste their time. There are people who waste their time energy on this planet. And to me, we are a very interesting species, and that's driven my entire life, is the question of the strangeness of the human species. And Hegel's philosophy, the fundamental concept of Hegel's philosophy is contradiction. Is a symbol for contradiction. And I think the contradiction of the human species, which no other species shares with us, is that we can create both biologically and culturally. So there's bio and cultural. And historically, traditionally speaking, pre-modern cultures, I think, used religion to help us reproduce the species. Religions were like vehicles that we used to continue reproducing the species and reproduce a certain normativity in establishing a certain law. In the modern world, religions have declined and individual cultural creativity has increased. But we've also lost the capacity to maintain families and continue reproducing ourselves, which is becoming more and more a political issue. So if we had time energy excess, I would say what we need to think about is how do we do both? How do we continue reproducing the species, reproducing families, building communities, and keeping our cultural creativity high? How do we do both? In my experience, I've kept my cultural creativity high, but I haven't been able to make an income with that cultural creativity that allows me to support a family. So there's a trade-off there, right? That's the contradiction I walk. There are other people who, for example, I know a lot of people who I grew up with who were just as culturally creative as I am, but they chose to have a family, and then their cultural creativity has disappeared. Right? So how do we do both? How do we do both? That's sort of where I'm sort of left with. That's where I constantly think. That's what I struggle with. And I would say an emancipatory political project where we had our time energy, where we had a different relationship to time energy, we would be able to do both. We would be able to do both. And that would be meaningful and it would give belonging. It would be meaningful, it would be both. Right? Because if you just focus on the cultural creativity, you have meaning, but you don't have belonging, right? And in my life, I've had to move around a lot, right? So I haven't had a rootedness. How do you have rootedness, a home, and building a life, and have the cultural, how do we, again, I'll leave that. That's the contradiction that my thought constantly orbits. So I'll leave it there. And thank you guys for your attention.
You can just. All right, everybody. I think we're making good time still, right? Yeah, we have time for some feedback, right? I'll actually consult a clock and figure out I'll do the priestcraft in a second, but for now, let's just get it going.
I think we could use the next 20 minutes.
Okay, good. Yeah.
10 minutes and then 10 minutes I'll do a bio.
Perfect. 10 minutes. Here we go, Elliot.
You can't really show off when Cadell's speaking. But so I have no, exactly. So I have a question. What do you think the role is of individual agency and choice within this? Because when I see determinism and freedom in opposition, my first thought is like ego individuality and how we like end up having to determine concretely freedom. So I wonder how you consider individual difference kind of in this model.
Do we want to have many questions and then I can take one?
Yes.
Yeah.
So related to the idea of if we had infinite time energy, what's stopping us from jerking off or whatever, right? When I finished high school, I guess I had two opportunities: either going into science, STEM, and having a job or whatever, right, or doing art, which was my big passion. But I kind of knew that if I put myself to do art, I would never do anything good, because art for me was always an escape from school, an escape from something else. It was never, in some way, I think I partly chose to do science because I was hoping to do art to escape from science. I don't know if it makes sense. So I think in a way we are going back to maybe education. We are taught to be disciplined and to do stuff when we're told to do so, but we are not necessarily taught maybe to work and just be disciplined on the things that we actually want to do.
Just on the same topic as well about what stops us from jerking off if we have abundance of time and energy. Well, for me, I think it's your passion and it's having a sense of purpose. It's great to have lots of time and lots of energy to put into those things. I mean, it's a problem if you're just like a zombie living life and not having any direction. Then maybe that's what you do, stay in bed and jerk off. But like for me, like, whoa, I have all this time to actually do the things that I love and serve this planet and, you know, be a force for good. The other topic I wanted to comment on is, I really love that you put the time energy lack in a positive light, because now I've now just, you know, realized, well, you know, if there's no time energy lack, then there will be no paid professions. Because like if I need if my tap is broken, I need to hire a plumber for that. If I don't experience time energy lack, I'll just be trying to read about how to fix taps and not pay a professional to do that. And it's great that I can do the things that I do, like I can coach clients, I can teach yoga, I can do all these things that I do and be paid good money for it, because not everyone is an expert in the things that I know. So yeah, that's great. Thank you.
So about this, like, why aren't we just like, you know, jacking off and eating ice cream? I love the ice cream part as well. I like that I love that it's ice cream specifically as well. But I think I'm just going to talk about my own personal experience, because I think it's the best way that I can think about it in terms of the lack to excess. And I feel like, especially, when I was like younger, there was a lot of pressure to do a lot of work and stuff like that. But it felt almost like, I feel like even if you're motivated to do something, if it feels like you have to do it because you have no other option, that is when it starts to drain you and your time energy. It's if you feel like you're a prisoner to the things that you have to do. And so there can reach a point. So I see people maybe enjoyed initially doing science or initially doing law or initially doing whatever job they do. But then when it starts to become like, oh, I feel forced to do it, then you get this like burnout. But there has been, and sometimes to the burnout to the point where it's like you actually fall out, like it just breaks you completely and you just fall out of the system and you're like, okay, I can't do this anymore because it was too crazy. And so like this personally like happened to me when I was younger, and then you do have this, suddenly you don't have that time energy lack because you've almost like broken it all down. I don't know if I'm making sense, but almost because like, so let's say you experience a period of burnout and you're like, okay, I have to take time off because I'm too burned out now. Finally you get this time energy again, and then I suppose in that time you could do whatever you wanted. And I personally did that myself. I did whatever I wanted because like I kind of had fallen out of the system. So I was like, okay, I've got no responsibilities anymore. And for a while you do whatever you want. Like in my personal experience, you know, maybe take drugs, do whatever, party, blah, 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 no responsibilities, if you're lucky enough to be able to experience a time like that. But I find that it was really interesting because like, you can do that, but then eventually you kind of realize that it's meaningless, it's like pointless. And so then it's really funny because then for me personally, when I realized that, oh, I could just do whatever I wanted and there's no pressure anymore because I've kind of fallen out of it, you kind of like, well, I want to do something meaningful and I want to pursue my passions. And it's really weird because you can end up going back doing the very same thing that led to the burnout in the beginning. But I think the important thing is to frame it as like, well, this time round when I did it, it was like I wanted to do it. It wasn't because I felt forced to do it. And that actually means that like you don't feel that time energy. It's like it's almost freeing to have like the time energy that you can do whatever you want, only to realize that if you had the choice, you would actually want to have that time energy lack. So that was really crazy. I just thought I would say that because that's just my personal experience of like, just with this lack to excess, it's like, yeah, you engage in the excess and you kind of realize like, actually, it doesn't feel meaningful. And actually it feels more meaningful to have this lack. And then, but it's just the way that you frame it. If you have the lack because you're forced to and not because you want to, it's a prison. So that was my own personal take on that.
Do we have time for one more?
One more, then I'll answer what questions.
Yes. Then I like the fact that you want to bring into consciousness that question. I think it's important of that not to have it, because sometimes we can feel lonely into our own questions in our rooms, and then just to be in a space and to share the question and what arise. That's very important. It's already work. I think that needs to be done. Then it's good on you. I was thinking about this idea of lack a lot. I always think I'm limitless because every time I was talking to people, it was like, oh, either I live in France, either I live in Dubai, either I live in Oxford, what should I do? But you can have it all. Well, say, what do you mean I can have it all? You cannot have it all. You know, money is not infinite. Yes, actually. There is not a lack of nothing. We have everything. We have abundance of food, of jobs, of housing, we have everything. Then for me, there is no lack. Of course, in terms of time, energy, we are all going to die. That's the only, that's the important question. And we don't know after. Nobody came back to tell us. Then me might be also, little butterflies, or we don't know. And I think I like this idea of self-discipline, what you were talking about, that I like the idea of going back to classical and going back to experimental. I always go back to the roots where I need discipline, and I think the problem is when people get a bit too lazy with whatever because after a certain age you get good at what you're doing. And it's easy actually just to bluff it because it becomes a natural habit. But actually, to be really truthful with ones, it's to go back sometimes to difficult things, and that's commitment and that discipline. Something else was also about this idea of rooting. You were talking about cultural and biology. This idea of either I am an artist in a way, or I have a family. I'm a bit in the same position, but I decided not to be childless, but child free, because I believe we are enough on this planet, and there is a lot of kids that needs our attention. And I believe that I have a chosen family. I can choose my friends, they are my family, and they're actually brothers and sisters. And I don't have this idea of I need to be rooted because I know where I come from. Then the root is like I could be in Nevada and it's my root. Tomorrow I could go to Japan and it becomes my root. What is my root? My cultural identity nowadays is like very multiple. I don't feel that different, and you're so far from me. I mean, like you're from Nevada. I am like North African French, and when she's speaking to me, I feel like we are sisters already. Then what does it mean? I mean, I know it's going a bit everywhere, but that's yeah.
Very good. I've got 10 minutes. I'll try to weave a response into some stuff, but also try to give a little bit of a bio and a background. I mean, Elliot asked a specific question about individual choice in regards to the opposition of freedom and determinism. I frame this as an opposition, but really I think it's a historical dialectic. And the way I tried to frame that is regards actually Newton and space-time determinism, I tried to say was historically necessary. And is. Like, it's not that we should get rid of it. It's more that I think we should sublate it. So I think that, like, I think clock time is still necessary. Like, this is possible because of clock time. Like, this event is, don't know if everyone noticed, but, like, this event is being organized by clock time. And I think it's good that it is, right? So, you know, I don't think we should get rid of clock time. Like, I think it became historically necessary, and I think it just needs to be properly limited. So the problem is when clock time doesn't have its proper limits. The problem is when clock time gets used as a weapon of power to destroy freedom, as opposed to being used as a vehicle towards, when it's limited properly, it can be actually used as a vehicle towards freedom. So in some sense, in that concrete sense, there's no opposition here. In that sense, there's no opposition. And I would say that I did that in my own life through the choice of self. So the difference which you brought up, which is whether clock time is used as an external authority or whether it's internally from a self-discipline. And that internal self-discipline can come through confronting excess and realizing it's meaningless. So I'd rather self-discipline myself than just be drowning in excess. And actually, a lot of people today, whether they know it or not, would like authority of some kind to return to help them not become a permanent authority, but to become a ladder up towards a higher standpoint, which they can't get to just through self-discipline alone. Sometimes we do need and that's why a lot of people on the spiritual path do look for gurus and do look for mentors and do look for teachers. And at the university, we do have systems that help in this way. We do have PhD supervisors, and we do, and like we were talking about, if you have a good PhD supervisor, that's great. It's not a bad thing, right? It's not an external authority that's thwarting my freedom. It's a friend who's helping lift me up. Right, so it's just about the proper place for these things and understanding these things dialectically. And one of the problems with materialist science is that it's oftentimes obfuscating the philosophical dialectic. And it doesn't work with the dialectic. And that's a lot of scientists today who talk about determinism in a way as if freedom is just abstract and not real, are actually obfuscating dialectical thinking. So it's very important that we understand the relationship between abstraction and concretion, and the way it historically functions in relationship to space-time and freedom. And there we do have difficult choices to make, and difficult choices along that path, and we have to be honest with ourselves. I liked that you brought up, it's not so much a question, but I just want to recognize certain things that I liked. So I think you're exactly right when you said, we are not taught to work and be disciplined on things we want to do. That's the key. We have to figure out what and so like I always make a joke about like strict parents who are like too much, like I think the parent's job is just to make sure the kid is educated towards independence, but what their specific job is should be the child, and what their specific career path is totally to the child's determination. Like the type of parent who says, you can be anything, a doctor or an engineer, right? Like these types of parents are horrible, right? Like it's like, just go away, right? Like, you know, no, it's about the child being able to explore what they really want to do, and at the same time, the difficult thing is, well, you do have to have some self-discipline to do what you really want to do. If you want to be, like, I really wanted to be a philosopher, and if I didn't self-discipline myself every day, and I discipline myself every day, then, well, you can do things. But if I didn't, then, well, then you're just, like, you know, at the bar talking about, isn't time weird, man? You know, like, so, you know, so there's a big difference, right? You know, passion, so you were, and so I think you were saying, if I'm remembering correctly, passion. Yeah, the angle of passion was your contribution, which I liked as well. And a lot of people are zombies today. A lot of people are zombies today, and you were saying, you know, I've got this desire to serve the planet and be a force for good. And that's fantastic, and that's what we need, and that's great. I said the good life is necessary for freedom. So if you've got this force to become passionate and serve the good, that's the goal. I know a lot of people growing up who are zombies. And so what's going on there? What's going on there? And what's the difference? What's the difference between you and the zombies? What's the difference between me and the zombies? Hey, it's open. I'm not going to answer all these questions now. I think the angle of being forced to do something, you have no other option. Was that your emphasis? That's why I think the question of that's why I think this can't just be a person. Like, so what I was trying to emphasize here is I took personal responsibility for my lack, which is kind of like the conservative talking point, right? Pull yourself up by the bootstraps, right? I think it has to be a socialist project at the end of the day, right? It's not just the bootstrap thing, can't just be but at the same time, leftists have to also include within the dialectic responsibility. I have no time for leftists who are just obfuscating responsibility, but also I have no time for rightists who just reduce it to responsibility. That's why I'm teaching the philosophy of right now, where Hegel emphasizes that rights are actually higher than responsibility. But also, the more rights we have, also the more responsibility we have to take on. So there's a dialectic here between rights and responsibility. And I think that when you are emphasizing excess, we talked about last night, Owen, William Blake, excess is the road to wisdom. And wisdom here, I think, is the capacity to become one's own authority. You don't need an external authority anymore. And I think the big problem, and this is the thinking about the species as a maturation project in the pre-modern world, we needed reified authorities. And I think that those reified authorities, like I said, were serving the biological reproduction of the species function, whether they knew it or not. But I think the challenge for, 2 minutes, I think the challenge for postmodern subjectivity and whatever we are, whatever form of contemporary subjectivity that we are, is we are being exposed to levels of excess which our ancestors could have only dreamed of. And at the same time, that's a historical possibility for wisdom. If we're willing to really reflect on our relationship to excess, which I think Anne has a wisdom here, beyond your years, and but at the same time, I think a lot of the younger generation is being exposed to excess that even I wasn't exposed to. There's a lot of difference in a decade now, and so there's also a possibility for a higher wisdom because of this, and I think that in some sense would answer the question and the problem of authority and what to do about authority today. Because I do think we still need authority, but it has to be almost the authority that we pick, and also more of us becoming our own authorities. So the angle, what's your name, sorry? Nini. So the angle you were bringing, I think, is a really important one as well. In some sense, I think it's the expression of what I would call like contemporary Deleuzian philosophy, which really is a philosophy of creativity and multiplicity. And it's a philosophy where creativity and multiplicity is always already our roots. Like that we don't need this traditional belonging. And we don't need to go back to a traditional belonging of the one and like a physical grounding on the planet and like it to be grounded in our biogenetic ancestry and reified in our biogenetic ancestry, right? So Deleuze is in some sense the opposite of the traditional worldview. And I think that that's really important as well. And at the same time, I think that point of view does need to be, I think that there are some people who struggle with that point of view, and there are some people who react against that point of view. They see it as a threat. Like, I'm not saying you are a threat. I'm just saying that there are people who I think do see that as a threat, and I just think that's a historical question. But I'm not against it. I'm not against it at all. And in some sense, I live that way. Like I live the same way. Like I see my I've said since I left my home, creativity is where my home is, right? I'm home right now, right? I'm home right now, right? I'm always home. I'm home. Yeah, I'm home. I'm home when I'm speaking. Freedom is my home, Right. So yeah, I like that point. Right. So I think that's important. At the same time, I do think this is an interesting political question. Like I do think that it is an open question, and the reason why I think it's an open question is because I think we should be aware of reactionary politics today. And what I mean by reactionary politics is a reactionary politics would say the postmodern culture is infertile, and that we should go back to traditional religion because the modern culture is infertile. I think that reactionary culture poses to us a challenge. But it's just a challenge. That's it. I would say so my bio, if you want to learn more about me, philosophyportal.online. I built Philosophy Portal because I was looking for spaces to explore philosophy that I didn't think were available to me in the university. And I've met a lot of fantastic people like Dave, like Anne, like Nance, like Owen, like Elliot, like Kirsty, who are like a cultural family. And I think that they're opening spaces of philosophy. I think we are opening up spaces of philosophy. The two things that I think are the pinnacles of Philosophy Portal right now, and then I'll close, is that Philosophy Portal tries to teach the foundations of modern discourse. I think teaching the foundation of the philosophy of the modern world, I think that's important because we've been trained in the last 20 years to deconstruct. And I think if we don't understand the discourses that we are deconstructing, we can do the modern world a disservice. And Philosophy Portal is also trying to design event spaces that make philosophy become actual, where like I said, Plato and Hegel aren't alive anymore. We have to take responsibility for the freedom of our discourse, and we have to take responsibility to make sure that philosophy is serving our political moment, because if we don't do it, no one else will. That's the end.
Commercial break. TUCon 2024 happening October 24th through 27th. It's 4 days of brain overstimulation. That's right. We're going to be talking about sci-fi philosophy, human futures, critical media theory, the question of post-politics, like all of it, psychoanalysis, phenomenology, structuralism, all of these various approaches. We're going to be getting into it. We're going to get in the deep end. If you're curious, if you want to attend, if you live in Boise, that's good for you. If you want to travel here, well, you can come. But if you would like to just join virtually, you will be able to attend it via Zoom. That's right. Register today. Thank you, and hope to see you there at TUCon.
Tight, down!
Mic drop.
Yeah. Pure fire, man. Thank you. Carl, you are now visible to everybody in the room. That's the tape on the lens up there. Yeah, so for everybody, I guess I'll let Carl say a lot of the stuff about him here in the afterword, the bio section. But as I said, this wouldn't have been possible without Carl. And so he is the embodied link between the psychedelic society here at Oxford and the Museum of Consciousness project, of which he is a co-founder, I believe. I'll let him speak to that. But the work that he has done is amazing. If you looked at the event page, I hope that you read his bio and everything there. Please put your hands together for Carl Hayden Smith.
All right. Sorry, I was muted. So just checking my sound is coming through. Is it all good?
Yeah, it's really good.
All right, lovely. We'll also just see if I think it should work. All right, so let's crack on. So my title for my talk is "It's All for You and None of It Is Yours." So I'm going to talk quite a lot about my journaling practice, which I've been doing for, gosh, over 35 years. So I've recorded my entire life. And it's become like a sort of very much an automated process without any energy required. It's just built into my life. So the premise of the talk is, can a structured journaling practice be used as a tool for managing our own time energy? And it's great to be this part of the conversation where we discussed time energy and thrashed out the discussions of it and talked about, you know, what would a world be like if we had unlimited time energy, etc. So yeah, can journaling as a structured practice help us to plan and reflect upon life as it happens, allow us to act with greater intention and purpose, or gain a comprehensive understanding of multiple parallel processes over time? And I'll talk about those processes. But let's start with Nietzsche. Quote here: "What does man actually know about himself? Is he indeed ever able to perceive himself completely? Does nature not conceal most things from him, even concerning his own body, in order to confine and lock him within a proud, deceptive consciousness, aloof from the coils and bowels, the rapid flow of the bloodstream, and the intricate quivers of the fibers? Nature threw away the key." So I'm just going to play a little clip. Let me know if you can hear the audio. Ooh. That's not good.
Knowing yourself is the most difficult thing that we ever do in this lifetime.
No, why is that? Because we live with ourselves. I'm me, so why do I struggle with getting to know me? And do I know who I am?
Well, it's like a knife. A knife can't cut itself. An eye can't see itself unless it has the aid of a mirror. A tooth can't bite itself. A light can't illuminate itself. And our own consciousness can't perceive itself. So we are the only ones that can't see the full 360 degrees of us. And we're literally lying to ourselves in a way when we look in the mirror, because we only see the things we want to see. It's very rare for a human being to be able to see themselves objectively without their conditioning biases. And the way we formed our personas through time is by deciding the things that caused us shame, the things that made us feel vulnerable. All of us at some stage say, oh, I don't want to feel that vulnerability.
So yeah, I think we're cut off from ourselves. And I've done a whole TEDx talk at Oxford specifically looking at that sort of divide between what we are and what we perceive we are. But some of the motivations for why I started journaling. So a quote from Kierkegaard: "Life must be lived forwards, but can only be understood backwards." I think this is absolutely true and crucial. Constructing who we are. Most of us don't take an active role in this construction, and therefore aren't very prescient to things like time energy and how we diminish in terms of our energy as we go forwards. It takes a lot of work to reflect. It takes time energy to reflect on our lives and to go through this process. But I believe it's worthwhile because you can find wisdom in your own life. It's like you become a detective in your own life by taking this higher order perspective on your perspective. So when I write a diary, I have this overview effect because I can jump out of point of view and I can go into the field of view because I've got this body of work, which I'll talk about how I've mapped it. In the philosophy portal, we talk a lot about this balancing, the need to balance the Tantra and the Sutra. Thomas Hammelrick doesn't come to Borderland because he believes it's too Tantra and no Sutra. So it's the pleasure and the discipline. It's the balance between the two. So making sense of your life as a whole, that's kind of the real motivation behind the project. And as Žižek says, we don't really want to get what we think we want. And again, that's part of the detective work, that we have all these desires. We live in this virtual reality of constantly imagining, constantly predicting what's coming next. And because we're not present, we're not living actually at all. So next little quote.
Aristotle, when he treats time in the physics, starts with a riddle that he never answers that goes something like this. Think about time as divided into the past, the present, and the future. And then think for a while about what the present is. How thick is the present? The present is just a limit between the past and the future. And then you get the paradox. Because the past is something that does not exist. It has existed, but it does not exist any longer. The future is something that does not exist. It will exist, but it doesn't exist. And the present is nothing. So time seems to be a nothing dividing something non-existent from something non-existent.
So I really love this paradox of time, and this is what we're talking about. And one of the things that comes up a lot about when we talk about time energy is this idea of automation. And one of my colleagues at the University of East London's just put together this document talking about how AI is affecting students in terms of their mental health and how they're thinking about their future employment. And a lot of times you hear a lot of people talk about how AI will eliminate bullshit jobs. But in fact, what's happening is the opposite. Automation at present is not so much getting rid of drudgery and bullshit jobs, but creative and rewarding work, driving down the economic value of artists and content creators of all types. In the longer term, automation could lead to serious economic collapse, where almost no one plays a productive economic role. And that's an interesting question when it comes to time energy, right? Because we know that our time energy is it's destroyed through our overproductivity. Harari talks about this scenario as the gods and the useless. So I think that this is a huge debate, how AI is going to affect these things. And I'm constantly sort of horizon scanning how technology is affecting our sensation and perception of time. I worked with this guy for a while, and he was developing something called the Unwatch. And this was a watch you wear, but it's not a watch you ever look at. It's a watch that is felt. So it's vibration. So you feel the time passing. So you feel a different vibration for the hours, different vibration for the minutes, and a different vibration for the seconds. So you're literally burning time into your wrist. So time no longer becomes a subjective sense, but an objective knowing. And one of the benefits of this device, according to the inventor, was that he could make perfect pancakes now because he knew time. So he no longer burnt a pancake because he knew what 2 minutes actually was. But then the danger is, what happens to a sensation of flow state if we know time? So there's lots of fors and against, but a bit like what came up in I think Dave's talk about in the Netherlands, where they would speed up the clocks, and clocks were banned. Personal clocks were banned. No, that was Elliot, I believe. So yeah, it's a similar thing here, right? The dangers of knowing time rather than keeping it as something abstract. And on that note, this scientist spent, I think, 80 days underwater, and according to his physiological biometrics, he de-aged by 10 years by living underwater. And as Cadell says, and I agree with him, that all this longevity research is likely to not achieve its immortality prize, primarily because there's so many things built into the system. And I think that we need to have these limits in order to be creative beings. So the methodology for my journaling practice is multimodal, and I am doing that on purpose to capture different experiences, whether they're actions, emotions, and thoughts. So the multimodal aspects here. So I'm capturing content. That's what I've done. That's what I do, which is all digital. So I capture that in a Word document, and then context is what I felt, and I capture that all in all the photographs and the videos that I take. That's how I capture mood. And then also with concepts, I'm constantly writing by hand. So ideation is all written by hand. I've got hundreds of these notebooks. I fill in one a month. So analog, conceptually very important for keeping my analog world. And then what this gives me are these incredible navigation abilities. So I can, for instance, because I've written all these large chunks of text, I'm able to read a relationship, say a whole that may have lasted a year, in an afternoon. So I can get a bird's eye view over that relationship and start to see patterns emerge that I would never see in real time. I can also take cross sections through my texts and see 35 different me's. So over 35 years, I'm seeing, I can look at this day last year and the year before and the year before and the year before and the year before, and I can get all these different me's communicating again. And of course, each year we're slightly different, but it kind of reveals the spiral, right? That there's no linear progress, that we keep going around this spiral, experiencing sometimes the same problems, but from a different angle until we resolve them. So I'm really interested in applying these sorts of spatial metaphors to that data set. And you're starting to see these sort of these metaphors as well, and these protocols built into things like social media. So memories, as it's now referred to on Facebook, which is basically your day last year and the year before, and the year before, and the year before, all the time you've been on social media. So what I'm actually doing is turning my life into architecture. And as I mentioned, it really gives you this ability to see that life does not have a linear progress. And as Cadell said as well, it's like we have to get more disciplined as we get older, because our time energy, because our energy specifically is dropping, and we get more wisdom, but yet we have less energy to act on that wisdom. Another great example is a friend of mine, because it's not just journaling my life. I'm also journaling my dream life, especially as I'm not smoking any weed at the moment. I'm able to remember my dreams very, very in very much detail. Like last night, I had a dream about time travel, and it's incredible. So this guy Christian from To Be Another Lab, he actually scraped dreamjournal.net. This is way before ChatGPT was released, and he had previous access. And what he did was he scraped all those dreams, fed those dreams to AI, and then asked AI to create new dreams based on all of human dreaming. And then the AI would create these dreams. And then what he did was he got people to fall asleep listening to the AI dreams to see if they would be dreamt by humans, to see if we could dream the dream of the machines. And I really like that circular nature of how we can, utilize AI as a more of a, in a symbiosis rather than in, an outsourcing. So this is another little clip.
If you knew that you would be successful and that people would forget, what would you do? What are things that you loved to do as a kid that nobody had to teach you how to do? What are things that you do that when you do them, you get flow? What is a problem in the world that you feel really called to try to help or improve? Who are the people that you admire and why do you admire them? All of these are questions that if you started to map them together, you would see that they all tie in the middle, and whatever it is in the middle, it's your dharma. And I think the best way to think about it is your dharma is like a horizon, and it will continue to reveal itself to you as you move towards it. But the way you move towards it is you commit to a craft. And that craft is not something that you have to make up. It's not something you have to go find. It's something that you have to admit to yourself that you want to do.
So I think there's something really special in there for what we're discussing with time energy. This idea of dharma, like living the right way. Don't live for others. Live for your passions. You're here for 1,000 months. We've not talked about how limited time is. 1,000 months is all you get, guys, and that's 83 years. So make sure you use that time wisely. It's we're here for a good time, not a long time. So some of the benefits that I'm experiencing in real time from doing this process, and I highly recommend you all journal, and I'll ask you in a bit what your journaling practices are. But it forces me to live. I need new material all the time. Every day I have to get new material. And it also has to be special material. It has to be material that works within the body of work. It can't be repetitive. It's also enabling time management. Knowing how little time I have, it becomes more prescient how to spend my time. And it enhances my decision-making abilities, where we can be very indecisive about life. If you have a journal, if you have that superpower of being able to jump out of point of view and into field of view, into the overview, then you can really start to make decisions. As I mentioned, it's like I write my diary in order to live my life, and live my life in order to write my diary. So it's also really useful to to have that cyclical nature. And it's useful to know in retrospect, as we talked about Kierkegaard. I've noticed also that I write much more when I'm in relationship, when I have a partner, because that partner is a mirror, right? And I'm writing way more, which shows you the importance of relationships. It enables me to witness in real time the reality of metaphor. The idea of when one door closes, another one opens. You can see that over time. It reveals what I call the double consciousness, where I'm able to sit, and I think Silvana talked about the shadow work. Sit inside your backstage, keep check on all your lies. Obviously, when you're writing a journal, it's very personal, but it's also extremely useful at keeping yourself in check. I often act from a poverty mindset, and it's kind of absurd in lots of ways when almost everyone in the room is living in paradise compared with like 90% of the world. Because I've written that diary, the doing part of the diary as a Word document, it's a keyword searchable. It's almost like a database of my life. I don't necessarily believe in astrology, but what I can see is that during astrological transits, or when I'm going to Egypt to sit in the King's Chamber, depending on which days I'm in there, I'll have much different effects because of these astrological transits. It's enabling me to reveal my actual will. As Žižek says, we may not know what we actually want until we actually have this practice. Understanding you only keep what you share. This is a really massive insight. And it enables me to build in resistance and witness my own adaptability. So it's this is the superpower, right? I have macroscopic visualization abilities, which is to see the local point of view and the overview at the same time. So within one field of view, to be both in the world and to see yourself in it, the power of looking through and occupying your own field of vision. So to conclude, my journaling practice is, I hope, leading to altered traits rather than just altered states. And as I mentioned, I'm mapping all of these new abilities and skills that I'm gathering. So perceptual flexibility, conscious state shifting, cognitive diversity, regenerative imagination. Each one of those itself could be another talk. And one thing I'm doing with Cadell and the philosophy portal at the moment is mapping a lot of this work to Hegel, because it was Cadell himself that realized the connection between Hegel's content, essence, and being, and how that maps to content, context, and concept as I've outlined it in my practice. So yeah, watch out for that book that's coming out. Cadell will mention it to you before you all go. Does this protocol work for others? That's a big question. I had some great feedback in the philosophy portal retreat in France last year. And basically, why is this not more popular? I think it's a great question. I think journaling is actually really popular. Maybe not this type of journaling, this structured journaling. People only generally write journals when they're really upset and really miserable, and they don't tend to write when they're happy. Why is that? I think it's important to get it all down, and once you've got it all down, and in fact, you want the lowest lows and the highest highs in order to be as human as you can. That's the hyperhumanism approach, right? We don't want to shy away from the depressions because depression is just deep rest, right? So how do we combine this journaling practice with hyperhumanism? And in my bio section, I'm going to give you a little bit more info on hyperhumanism and why that is my life project. What I tend to do is use social media against itself. Silvana was saying how she got off social media and how it was a big relief. I got into social media with the intention of actually using it against itself to create reality for myself. And again, that, if you know my work, it's very much about creating a term like context engineering or double consciousness, and then I will create that. With that term, I'll create a load of images to create some visual literacies to explain that term visually, and then people start sending me examples of context engineering or double consciousness, and it starts to perpetuate this kind of movement. And then I'll get invited to Japan to talk about context engineering as a big symposium, and it's just something I made up on Facebook. I highly encourage that as a protocol. So can this technique lead us towards a state of human flourishing and living well? That's really the essence of what I'm trying to do. So over to you guys. I'd love to know what your thoughts are on journaling. How many of you journal? What you've got out of it, etc.
Thank you so much, Carl. We'll start with Owen.
Yeah, just a short one. While you were talking, Carl, what I was reminded of, there's a tiny little poem, it's an epigram really, by Hölderlin, the German romantic poet, that goes, in translation, I don't know the German, but it's basically, learn about art from your life and learn about life from your art. If you see one correctly, you'll see the other two. And I find that it's beautiful, and I think that really gets to the core of what I see you talking about with this practice here, this architecture of your life.
Thanks, Owen. Do you keep a journal yourself?
Periodically, but I write. I think in a sense I feel like my art is my journal in a sense, and it's not diary style, but it's going back to music I recorded 2, 4, 6, 8 years ago, opening up little fragments or essays or stories from years ago. Sometimes it's hilarious and sometimes it's terrifying.
Yeah, I really like that idea of stories or songs being diary. It's like and also what you wear as well. Like how horrified we are when we look back at what we used to wear when we were kids or whatever. Not that we have much choice. Anyway, thanks for that, Owen.
Hi, Carl. It's Anne here.
Hey, Anne.
I think that journaling is such a powerful example of a way to kind of have solitude, a way to build a relationship with yourself. And so I really appreciate that you kind of focused on that, because it is something that, again, in thinking about Timenergy, it can be a hard thing to remember to do, to that upkeep, and just the fact that you not only do it daily but have these different way. You do the online, then you have your pictures, and then you do the analog journaling, which I remember when we met up with Andrew McLuhan on our last tour, and he kind of tries to think about and theorize ways that we can overcome our problems with technology. And one of the things that he's such a staunch advocate for is handwriting. It forces you to think slower. It forces you to slow down. I think that's such a powerful thing to do when thinking about all of these crises, Timenergy and solitude and solicitude, everything that everyone's talked about, almost forcing journaling into your life until it just becomes a habit, until it becomes something that you look forward to do, that you look forward to kind of reflect on when you live your life. I think that's really awesome. So thank you.
Thanks, Anne, and thanks so much for your amazing talk.
Carl, I really love this talk. I just thought it's so, I didn't realize that you were going to talk about journaling, but I actually found it very inspiring. And I kind of journal a little bit. Throughout my life, I think from the past 5 years, I will actually even longer than that, probably since I was 20, I've written periodically in the journal. And even though it's not every day, it's just enough that when I look back, it's the craziest thing when you do that, because I will read about my old self and I'll be like, oh, the way that I'm it's funny because I realize that it's just me, but it's a younger version of me. And then sometimes it's really crazy. I'll be reading a passage or something and I'll be like, oh, and that's when I learned this thing that's now a critical part of my personality now. But it's super crazy to be able to, it's almost like seeing another self of you and being able to sympathize with that self, but then also kind of realize how you got to the place that you are now based on those experiences. And I think it's really interesting. And it just so happens that this morning as well, my partner sent me a video. It was a 10-minute video of us when I think it was a couple of months into our relationship, and he just took a 10-minute video. And it's funny because we're actually talking about, in the video itself, to our future selves. It's super weird. We're being like, oh yeah, like, you know, oh, what would you say to future blah blah blah. And it was so weird watching it because I was like, oh wait, that's me right now, like talking to myself and it was so bizarre. And but one of the things I noticed as well is that how different you are and how you evolve and how you change. And I really do, I think the multi-form method, so like using images and videos and stuff like that, I never really thought of journaling. I always thought journaling as like just words, but I think you've really inspired me now to maybe input images of just what I did in that day in the journal, because I think it's very easy as well to have memories and forget how those memories combine with each other. So I sometimes get really shocked when I find out I have like these two distinct memories in my head and I realize that they happened on the same day. And I'm like, wait, what? Like so it's nice being able to kind of combine your memories into a bit of more of a cohesive story. I guess it's like that macroscopic vision of your past. But yeah, super interesting. Actually very inspiring. I think, yeah, Carl, I think everyone needs to see this talk because everyone will get journals and start writing stuff down. It's brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks, Ivana. I mean, I guess there's always that danger that you're. I mean, I've had lots of, you know, I'm always stress testing everything I do, and I think one of the big things is, you know, you don't want to spend your life journaling, right? You don't want to write your diary about writing your diary. That's when you know you're in trouble. And of course, people get OCD about it, and if they don't write that day or whatever, they start to lose their minds. And it's really not like that. It's very much about the abilities that it gives me. It's not about just documenting. It's about it giving me real-time ability to live my life in this sort of like human flourishing sense. I'm not building sandcastles in the sand.
Hi, Carl. You know, it's so hard to keep a journal, and I keep a dream journal. Even that's kind of difficult to keep every day. And Mark Twain, I think it's kind of apt for this, in The Innocents Abroad, which is about Americans in the 19th century visiting Europe by boat, which they had to do for it had to be like a whole, took a long time to visit Europe by boat. And so Mark Twain took a journal in The Innocents Abroad, and he talked about talking to other passengers of this boat about journaling and how it was impossible to get someone to start journaling. Like they would start to journal and they would it'd be really difficult to keep a daily journal. So I think it's super interesting, and kudos to you for keeping up that much journaling and being able to search it. It must be very rewarding to have this kind of personal log. It kind of inspires me to try to keep a daily journal as well as kind of this dream journal that I do. So yeah.
Thanks, man.
Kudos,
I appreciate
just
it.
a kudos.
Yeah, no, I think it's partly like that whole thing around, I talk about it a lot, but it's this Cadell's a great example where he's not shying away from this short form content. And the reason why we've all got ADHD is because they say, oh, you can't consume anything longer than 20 minutes. Nobody will pay attention. Bullshit. Let's do the 3-hour, 4-hour lectures and people will get better attention spans. It's the same with journaling. It's like once you've done it for a certain amount of time and you see the benefits, it's like you have to experience it. It's not something that I can preach and say, do this. It's got to be something that you do for yourselves.
Right. So I just had a big realization, and that's about I don't journal as regularly as I would like. I do keep a gratitude journal, but I don't do an entry every day. If I can remember, that's great. But yeah, I'm trying to be a little bit more compassionate with myself in that department. But you actually made me realize that I'm one of those crazy people who take pictures of everything all the time. And, sometimes you have to explain yourself to people like, why are you taking photos all the time? But now I know what I'm doing. I am keeping a record of my feelings on that day. And so one day I'll scroll back on my phone and I can feel good about this flower that I walked past, it's so beautiful, or this, this event that I went to, and, all the memories will come back. And I think that's a great way for me to remember what I did and how I felt at that moment. And this is why I love that Facebook actually sends you these memories. And you're just like, oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. And also, this is kind of like a bolt on from what Silvana talked about her journaling practice. Back when we were in COVID times, I had, I do help people. I'm not a therapist, but I am a coach, and I usually focus on helping people with their well-being and also their mental health. But that stemmed from me suffering as well mentally, and it was kind of a form of depression, but I didn't really go to a conventional therapist to do that. I didn't believe in like seeing the GP and then being referred to a therapist. I believe very much in self-help, and luckily I have my own practices. I have meditation, I have my journaling practice at that time. And I realized that I've overcome that depression because I was talking to myself through my journaling. So my notebook was my therapist, because I can really have a conversation, have a dialogue with myself by sitting down and really taking time to write down my feelings and actually answer some of my questions. So yeah, that was amazing.
Carl,
Thank you so much.
Cadell just informed me that we've got like 5 minutes here. So
we've got 5 minutes in what sense?
He said,
is he looking at the clock?
He said because we have to be out of here by 7, and we want to have a little time before we have to rush out. So to take down, but also for the book signing portion.
I think I've still got until 10 past the hour.
Yeah. You got to. Oh, so you meant 5 minutes for question and answer? So he could start his bio. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was on the wrong clock. I misunderstood Cadell. Cool. We've got time for a couple more. Great.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, the only time I actually write on a journal, it's when I'm in a depressed. I like the depression depressed, which is like when I ask to my partner, I need you to be my mirror, and he cannot handle it, then I go into usually board, and I also paint, and I do journaling into drawings, paintings, and I go into different things just for me to reset myself. But something I found interesting, you said, I try not to repeat myself. And something that I found interesting, I don't know if you all get this Google photo memory coming back, And what I've realized that every year, I swear, it's quite shocking. Let's say March, I will take picture of plants and flowers. Every June, I will redo something in my house. And then I thought I'm a robot. I'm not, and I had an old phone since that phone. From 2015, I was basically doing the same thing in different years, the same months. And I thought maybe we are just computers and we are like programmed. I'm not that original. And that's
Thank
a
you for
scary
sharing.
thought.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Dave, I'm going to jump into my bio section just so I have enough time, because I've got another short presentation I'm going to show.
Cool.
Because I want to introduce this, and it relates to what you just said about being robots. I think that a lot of us are becoming robotic, and hyperhumanism is really about addressing that. And I really want to look at hyperhumanism in relation to time energy. So just 10 or 12 minutes on this one. All right. So yeah, what is hyperhumanism, and how does it relate to time energy? So I've been looking, it's kind of like we talked about this idea of our life project. So the bio section is really about, what is your life project? What are you dedicating your life to? And for me, it's about living this fulfilling human life, as Anne was saying. So So I've been looking at hyperhumanism from, this is sort of the primary theory. So whether it's the techniques of hyperhumanism, the technology, the art of hyperhumanism, the philosophy of hyperhumanism, and Cadell's platforms really helped me in that regard. The politics as well has been, you can see that on Philosophy Portal if you join there. Even sort of city design and architecture, how do we do that in a hyperhuman way? And also business, what does that look like? So defining human, what is human? It means in the Greek anthropos, which means to look up. We've taken the humanity out of the human. We need to return to this full dynamic range of what it means to be human. And I think that we can all sense that our humanity is being atrophied by the technologies that we're using, the algorithms that are specifically designed to dehumanize us. So the potential of why I'm saying hyper here is that it's only going to be, we're only actually able to make sense of what the human is now if we fully invest our individual and collective mind, body, spirit, and time energy. So we mentioned altered traits in the previous talk, and I think hyperhumanism is about developing altered traits rather than just chasing altered states. So we know, all of us know what an altered state is, but very, very few of us reach altered traits. And hyperhumanism is very much this kind of North Star. It's very much about, it's a lot of work. It's not something that's just easy to achieve, but it's about this lasting change, the psychological makeup being fundamentally changed. So it's about falling in love with your own energy, and your time energy, as we talked about, is sacred and extremely limited. So it's about being responsible for the energy you bring to the space, wherever that space is. And it's about taking control of your mind, not just your mind, but your body, which is an act of rebellion in these times. It's a rebellion against the status quo and culturally enforced expectations. I think another part of hyperhumanism is unlearning. It's hugely important to unlearn all these cultural programs and these mind viruses that we've been swamped into. And it's also about healing from healing. I mean, if you ever use Instagram, you're swamped with every other Instagrammer is a healer or offering some product. Most of it's complete pseudoscience. So how do we heal from healing? So much focus on wellness and like positivity, and it's toxic. We're not here to just be well and happy. We're here to experience the full range of human experience. So for me, hyperhumanism is post-traumatic growth. I want you to take your darkest experiences, the shit that almost broke you, and turn it into glittering fucking life force energy. I want you to take your deepest pains and torments and turn them into beautiful, radiant healing for yourself and the world around you. A revolution that is based on the people exercising their creativity in the midst of devastation is one of the great historical contributions of mankind. So it's about still being creative in face of the worst circumstances. And I think it's also true, it's about measuring your success by the quality of your peace of mind and your calm nervous system. We don't really know what the limits of the human project are. I mean, if you look at post-humanism, they already say the human project's finished. But for me, I think that we're scratching the surface of what it means to be human, and we may not be human yet. A lot of people can't survive in these temperatures, whereas this guy's just sitting in -40, just like he's having a picnic.
Joseph Campbell has that quote that you will know what gods a culture worships by looking at its horizon. Like, what are the tallest structures on the horizon? So we obviously worship leisure, comfort, banks, corporations. We have no multi-generational structures on our horizon that has been made in our lifetime. Cathedral consciousness is a culture developing a set of stories that allows them to create a cathedral. The average cathedral took 300 years to create. The pyramids took cathedral consciousness to create. It was not done in one lifetime. The thing that I think is so mystifying, the type of story required from a culture to do this type of project is so foreign to us that we have to elicit the intervention of aliens. That's how wounded we are. That's how wounded our culture is at trying to understand like what it would take for a group of people to work on something for multiple generations. I think all of our psyches need, in order to fully flourish, we need to feel like we're contributing to a multi-generational public project that's for the good of all people.
So I think we need to know the difference between those who stay to feed the soil and those who come to grab the fruit. And hyperhumanism, I'm really conscious that I don't want it to become hyper-individualism. Hyperhumanism is very much about collective wisdom.
Humans are not built to thrive under a transactional framework because we don't think, feel, or grow linearly. And yet, most relationships are Newtonian in nature. They're usually built on the linear premise of, what can you do for me? This line of questioning is designed to protect us from various downside risks, and it's a valid protection. But they don't capture the infinite, upward potential of human connection, and that's a risk in and of itself. This is where quantum relationships come into play. Quantum relationships are those that accelerate us without always coddling our feelings. These are the relationships that illuminate, inspire, and challenge our perception of the world as we know it. And this is anything but comfortable because they point us to an alternative path by helping us rewrite our personal history. So if you're aiming for linear and safe results in your life, sure, terminate any connection that slightly inconveniences you. But if you want your mental emotional real estate to open to new possibilities, then instead of asking, what can you do for me? Start asking, what do you see that I don't?
So what you've just heard there is this idea of transjective, the idea of combining the subject and objective. What you can see for yourself, what all can see together, and combining those two. So I'm really interested in this term of going beyond the subject-object. And I think we talked about this as well. Life is a mystery to be lived, not a problem to be solved. We're all stuck in this productivity cult. So we've got to move from human doing to human being. To be able to feel pleasure, I must pause. Pause the faculties of doing, achieving, performing, and become an instrument of sensation. We also need to have literacies around death. I think learning to die well whilst we're alive is the key. And it's very much about degrees of aliveness. The degree to which you feel whole is the degree to which you are aware of your connection to every living being. The Japanese have this concept, yotori, which is the idea of slowing down, to savor the world around us, the refusal to rush, no talking, just absorbing the world around us with no goal except to see the state of inner spaciousness. And I love this term, inscendence, the impulse not to rise above the world, transcendence, but to climb into it, to seek its core. So to conclude, I think you're either re-enchanting life or you're understanding it's already enchanted. How do we have a visceral felt experience of a nested ecology? We are inside a nested ecology. Half of us is bacteria. Nobody ever talks about that. We're already a nested ecology. So is the revolutionary act, and Catel's talked about this as well, is the revolutionary act living in lack? The erasure of struggle is the struggle because comfort kills what the lack of comfort creates. So just to finish, I've got a few books coming out. This one's called the Illustrated Guide to DMT Entities. I've got a chapter in here talking about my experiences with the DMT entities, which is work I've done at Imperial for the last 8 years. Another book coming out, which I have a chapter in, Singularities and the Coming Singularity. And a forthcoming book on holotechnica, which directly relates to hyperhumanism. This is all about how do we create these stacks of experiences, of protocols to create altered traits rather than just altered states. And finally, I'm building an Institute for Hyperhumanism, which is absolutely a communal project. This is certainly something you can't do as an individual. And if you want to know more information about this, then please drop me an email. Thank you very much.
Yo, what's up, listener or viewer?
Yo, yo, yo.
How you doing?
So I noticed you sitting there watching this video.
Yep.
And yeah, you're listening, you're paying attention. You're definitely not hearing everything we're saying though.
Yep. Nope, definitely not. You're not taking notes.
Yeah, take notes, dude. What are you doing?
Hey, you know what? If you want to if you want to be passive and just enjoy this content while multitasking, that's what we do as well. Everyone does that most of the time. We very rarely switch into this more active mode, and that's fine. That's fine because you're kind of absorbing this content as you go through your life, and that's great. But if you're going to do that, then we just have a little request of you. What's our little request, Nance?
We want you to do the algorithm things. We want you to hit the button, the thumbs up, or the thumbs down. Hit the subscribe button. You could even hit the bell so you get notified when there's an epic marathon stream, or one of the dope ass interviews. We just finished a dope ass interview. But do the things to help train your algorithm to actually give you content that you prefer. And at least here we are aware of the problem. We are aware that we're all infected with the algorithm, and we're trying to do something about it. So while you can maintain a cynical distance of not being an enthusiastic vocal supporter,
right?
Doing those actions actually, first of all, it helps the channel. It helps Theory Underground, but it helps your algorithm too. You will get less kind of shitty clickbait React content if you train your algorithm to give you what you prefer. I mean, you're already here. You're already watching this.
Yeah. So enthusiastic, unironic, genuine support might be a little too much for some of you who are way too cool for that kind of thing. But you can at least hit the little like button, and then we'll say we're even, okay?
There we go. You owe us nothing now.
Yeah, let's get back to it. The microphone was off, so I don't think the recording picked up the clapping. Let's do it again.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that.
I promise it was that loud the first time. The lights are back on. We're all coming back into this space in a sort of way that is different than where we just were, which was sort of in this internet betweenness made possible by Zoom, which is amazing. And we're so happy that you were able to join us here and will be with us for the rest of this, Carl. What a miracle technology really can be. So my opening remarks for Nance will be short and sweet, but before I give them, I just want to give anyone who is interested in getting deeper into any of this stuff a sort of tip and sort of put forward to you all an invitation. And the first, there's 2, maybe 3, maybe 5 invitations. The first one is to come sit closer to the front. We lost people over the day, so please come sit closer to the front. Just make this intimate because, Nance is maybe last, but he's not least here. And then the other thing is, that's the first way. That's the first way to get deeper, get involved. But there's a couple other ways to get deeper and get involved, such as subscribing to the writing coming out of Philosophy Portal and Theory Underground. Cadell is the anthology organizing king of the internet right now. He is putting out more anthologies than most universities, and it's quality work. And if you want to be involved in the arising intellectual milieu here at this very important point in 21st century cyber history, you will want to get your hands on those anthologies, which are not here, sadly, but they will be soon. There's an anthology on the way. It's going to be hot off the press shortly. So if you subscribe to the Philosophy Portal Substack, that is where you'll never miss out on the updates coming out of Philosophy Portal. And then Theory Underground is the same thing. So check out the Substack. And then the other thing, the other 2 to 3 points of ways to get involved or go deeper here are the books that are on this table: Timenergy and Underground Theory. Underground Theory has 31 contributors. I always say over 31 contributors because there's also some students who collaborated with Jennifer Friedlander's piece, and we have someone who put a poem at the front of the book. But the point is 31 pieces, including big names, rock stars in the theory world, but also a lot of just underground DIY nobodies. And the point is that this is a vehicle for people like us to be able to enter into a conversation with people who are invested, who have invested their entire lives into going deeper into these things. And then Timenergy, obviously, this is my book before the book. Many of my books to come are the books before the book. But it's a very important step in the process. And if you, I guess, throughout the presentations tonight, I kept thinking, oh my God, I just want to like tell people about this part of the book, tell people about that part of the book. So I can't. Just know it's there if you want to go deeper. It's also on Audible, and Nance reads it on there. And so I will hand this around. It shows you how to get involved. It shows you the three main ways that you could pay us, essentially. We're not doing this for profit, but the nominal money attached to the prices, it's just a sign of respect. It's saying that you respect what we're doing. And so with that, Nance is one of the nobodies at Theory Underground. We're the American idiots. Why? What business do we even have being here? Well, I don't want him to focus on himself, because that's usually where he starts talking about how everything's fucked and he's a piece of shit and blah, blah, blah. The nice part is that he gets to bring himself into it after you've all gone, and after you've all given him feedback on this piece, which is the quilting point of our evening. And so all I'll say about this, going back to that idea of against the personal in a sort of sense, Nance and I both often see ourselves in sort of the way Žižek describes the problematic aspect of Stalinism, which is how a person makes themselves instruments of world history. And I know that's problematic, but in a lot of ways, the things that we do, we don't do them because we love to do them. We do them because we feel we have to do them. And he is somebody who has, for the last year and a half, as he's gotten involved, encouraged and invigorated me to do the things that I've done, and vice versa. And we drive each other on. And it's a kind of madness, but I think ultimately it might be good. Hopefully. So with that, please put your hands together for Nance.
Thank you. Thank you all. Yeah, I'm going to just address it. My anxiety is out of control. This is like a momentous occasion. I'm at Oxford University and I'm holding the space. And I feel weird about that. I don't love being the center of attention. And so that's weird. So I've been having some crazy anxiety all day today. And that's, I don't know how many of you have had bad anxiety. It itself is an altered state. I think it's pretty interesting to be talking about psychedelics. And that type of, mindset or state of mind or whatever. But I have been taking notes, and I'm going to try to get through some of them at least. And when it comes to Timenergy, there has been a lot of talk about the individual, and Carl's talking about hyperhumanism not becoming, was it hyper individuals? And I think that's like a key point that we maybe sometimes fail to articulate. Like, Timenergy is necessarily this thing that can't be had in isolation. You can't have it just by time management and just by what we've been calling energy time. By sticking to yourself and doing just self-help, just self-improvement, just business success. The world is in such a state that Timenergy doesn't exist and cannot exist for anybody. And so it takes something radical to open up even the possibility of having Timenergy. And the fact that like we're going on a world tour, and going so far outside of our comfort zone. I think it takes that type of thing. I know when I was just working and just reading books and just thinking I was the world's smartest leftist, I thought it was action. I thought I was doing something that would make the world a better place. But in reality, I was just like stuffing myself further down into the little hidey hole that I'd created. I like nothing was happening. Like the world was just getting worse. I was getting more angry and upset. And nothing changed. So like a huge part of what we're doing is trying to create the conditions of possibility so that people might have a pathway to time energy. And that requires getting outside of your comfort zone. And that's weird. It's easier to retreat. It's even earlier we were talking about we're American idiots, and I love my 24/7 convenience stores, and I love my fast food, and I love the fact that I don't have health care, because if I had access to health care, I would be instrumentalized. Ivan Illich is cool about that, where he's like, no, don't enter the system, because once you enter the system, you lose your freedom. So I don't have access to health care, so it's not a problem for me. I love it. I get to live in my squalor, but have everything I want immediately. I get to have access to that positivistic excess. And it's cool. But again, like nothing happens, nothing changes. The wheels keep spinning, the world keeps burning. So projects like Theory Underground, like Philosophy Portal, ideas like hyperhumanism, they all like posit that no, this is necessarily like a collective thing. And people have said time energy is necessarily a socialist project, and I like that. It makes me feel good, but I also question that, of course, because what does that mean anymore? But it's like it's the idea of it's a structural thing. It's a thing that can't be had in isolation. And it depends on others, but it also depends on the efforts of individuals taking up their own agency to do what must be done. It's a radical responsibility. What must be done? I hate. Yeah. Awkward silence. So what must be done? I don't know what must be done, because I don't fully understand the situation that I'm in and that we're all in. So I've become convinced that what I must do, if I care, like, because I could just stop caring, but that's hard. I've tried. So I've become convinced that what I must do is throw myself into something that can create, again, the conditions of possibility, so that it is possible to affect change in the world. It is possible to take action rather than being trapped in pseudo activity. I wish I had the talent for art. I think art is like a warmer community. For whatever stupid reason, I decided that thinking or being smart or whatever was the thing for me. And that could be a rather cold world. It can be rather ascetic and austere. But that is what it takes. Like, capital has captured everything. Capital has totally instrumentalized us from birth to death, our desires, our dreams, our hopes. Even our lack is a commodity now, because you can look at everyone else and be like, oh, I wish I could be like them. I'm going to keep following them on Instagram and keep producing data passively for the data brokers. And so in order to like try to develop a community where thinking is possible once again, we do kind of have to dive into this austerity. But again, that becomes a comfort zone too. So pushing outside of that, and engaging with warmer people and people who like want to share and give and love, presents challenges. Like, it's difficult. Like, I would rather be at home in my underwear reading a book, yelling at my kids, telling them to keep it down so I can read the book. But why am I here? Again, I believe that right now there is no future. We've had a lot of talk about Huxley's world. We've had a lot of talk about this positivistic, deterministic excess. Like, there's no room for a future right now, with like everything being categorized and collated and posited, and like the world is full, and we need to introduce more lack. We need to introduce some negativity. And I think that can only be done by like radically breaking out of like what's on offer. There's nothing on offer, so we have to make it for ourselves so that we can take it for ourselves. The future is contingent on people being ready, willing, and able to like do the hard thing. And that's why I think I'm here, to do the hard thing that I do think must be done. Like, I do think we can create a world in which a future is once again possible. And some of us do that through thinking and theorizing, while others do it through creating convivial arts and convivial, like, loving spaces for people too. So Dave's given me time cues. I don't know what that means. I got plenty of time. It's funny, we're staying in Greenwich, and that's relevant to time, because that's like where the prime meridian is, right? Or maybe they just named it after that. I don't know. I saw the Da Vinci Code once, and yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I've been exhausted. We have all the time in the world because we've managed to kind of create a space for the last month. We have had all the time in the world to travel the world, meet awesome people, and do awesome stuff and eat food. But I've been low on energy, and I think a lot of that has to do with just my anxiety. And I've spent a lot of time thinking about, why do I have this problem? Like, I feel like I'm a pretty cool guy sometimes, but whenever, like, like, I get in these moments where I feel totally broken. I feel totally like, dude, I should not be here. I should be at home in my underwear, but not reading a book, eating ice cream, and and I hate that I'm going to go to class, but I think it is related to class. I think I have fully internalized this narrative of I'm a dumbass worker. I shouldn't be trying to do these things. I shouldn't believe in this type of future. I should just shut up, eat my gruel, go to work, be content. And so maybe that's why I have so much anxiety, because I've just believed the lie that I was told. Because it was weird, because on one hand I did have loving parents who did say, or people who did say, you can be anything you want to be. All you have to do is work hard. But then also, like, we lived in poverty and destitution, and it was like, this doesn't make sense. Like, if I can be anything I want to be, why are you a drunk piece of shit? To my dad. So there was like this irresolvable conflict. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm all over the place right now.
Wow, can I jump in? Can I jump in, Dave? Because I just want to fucking big up Nance, man. Like, what a fucking amazing talk. And I think one thing I'd say to you, Nance, is like, if you're functioning well, or to say this to anyone, if you're functioning well in this fucked up system, then you're part of the problem. So the fact that you have anxiety, that's just absolutely, that should be the norm. I mean, the fact that I'm able to kill my anxiety, to get through the days, I think that's all what we're all doing. So, you know, bravo for getting up there and just fucking telling it like it is, man. It's a beautiful thing you've just done. So don't you doubt it.
Everyone's here for it, man. So, the final threads then. It's about the comfort zone. Right? You kept coming back to the comfort zone.
Yeah.
The comfort zone. And we talked all tour about the friction.
Yeah.
Of leaving the screen and going into spaces with wildly different people and time energy. And why we want people to think with this concept. And what we're trying to do, the two of us. And I mean, really, Theory Underground is my fiefdom. I'm its feudal lord. I'm also its bitch. I do all of the work.
Yeah.
I do all of the work. I do all of the work. And so the secret is that Nance is the feudal lord, because he won't do any of the work.
Yeah.
He capitalizes off me doing all the work. But there's like this weird relationship there. And he makes it possible. And so I just wanted to say, I don't think I'm actually being picked up. I don't think I'm actually coming through.
You're not.
I'm sure it came through a little bit. Like, I think Carl probably heard me, right? So then I'll just say, and we had talked about how maybe I'd come up here and there'd be like a sort of back and forth. But like, this is the culminating event of the entire tour, everybody. Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Woo. We're both super burnt out, and I really miss my cat in bed. I really do. I do not want to sleep above another full-grown man who plays his phone out loud at 2 a.m. until I say, "Will you fucking stop that?" And then he said, "Well, you could have asked me nicely, fucking bastard." And I was like, "Jesus, are you serious?" You know, that was 2 nights ago. Like, that's where I'm at. I'm just like, I am over it, right? Yeah, it's picking me up. Now it is, yeah. And so with that said, Nance hasn't been sleeping since before the tour, like a week before. Couple hours a night. Like, he's on this. But let's take these threads and wrap them into a bow here in the next minute. Turn it over for feedback, and then you'll get to close out. And so the comfort zone, time, energy, and what are we doing? What are we doing when we feel like we don't know what must be done? What are we doing?
We're trying to build structures that'll support the type of thought, the type of theorizing and investigation necessary to understand the situation, so that we can actually, or not we, but so that people can actually strategize and come up with, like, it's not possible to come up with a solution right now, and people have tried for hundreds of years, probably the entire time people have been here. They've been like, this place kind of sucks, let's make it better, and they always failed, because look where we are now. So like, we really are just trying to create conditions that'll allow the type of thought and investigation for people to be successful, so that something human does indeed make it out of the near future.
And just for a lot of people who have no idea about what kinds of activities we've been up to in the last year plus of our collaborations, could you just give people some kind of a sense of what we've done with our relative time energy privilege?
So yeah, we were odium kings for a while. We were leisure kings for a while, and we availed ourselves of all that leisure by reading books, reading Descartes and reading Hannah Arendt and reading Adolf Reed, and now we're reading Marx and various secondary texts to Marx, Fred Mosley and Michael Heinrich, and hopefully Thomas Nail soon. And so Theory Underground is a multifaceted organization, and it has courses, and it has ongoing seminars, and it has lectures, but it also has a media arm, and YouTube and podcast outlets are part of that media arm. And we will just read books and produce like 10-hour-long episodes that go up on YouTube and that go up on the podcast, where for the majority of the time we're reading and the text is speaking for itself. And then 20 to 30% of the time we'll interject, bring clarification, bring a question, leave a question open. And we create that for the people listening. Like, yes, we have fun doing it. We enjoy reading that way. But it's not just to enjoy it, and it's not just to like get a bunch of YouTube subscribers and a bunch of internet points.
There'd be easier ways to do that.
Yeah. But it's for the people who can't, the people who don't have the relative time energy, who don't have the actually existing leisure to read these books.
Then the final two questions. What kind of person in the world would possibly listen to us reading for 10 hours? And how does that help anything?
So I think there are some people who just like get some perverse enjoyment out of it. They're like, look at these idiots. But I do believe, and I've been surprised at how quickly, it's still small, but how quickly it's grown, this emerging community of like-minded people who do believe that we are fucked and we are on a crash course with apocalypse. But that's not a reason to give up. That like we should have some radical hope. And maybe there is something that can be done at some point in time, but we don't know yet because we're all broken idiots. And if we do care, and if we take that care seriously, then we need to like figure it out. We need to get to the bottom of it. And people who believe that can be done by rigorously engaging with theory and philosophy.
And the dedication of underground theory is to workers with earbuds, trying to reclaim the time energy that they don't have. Why don't they have it?
Capital, man.
But what's capital?
Structural stultification. We all, like, no matter who you are or where you're from, if you're poor white trash or if you're a bougie, I don't know, somebody who has a nice job, you still don't have access to understanding what the human is. There's no way to actualize any of the potential, because from the moment you're born, you're already slated a path in life, and there's wiggle room, and you can make good choices and you can make bad choices. But that's it. We're all producer consumers, and those are the only opportunities available to us because capital runs the show.
And that's pretty much an open question for us. What is capital? How does it run the show? We have some pretty big assumptions that it is running the show and that the way it runs the show is different today than how it was in Marx's time. And I think you all probably have lots of thoughts. And so we're looking forward to your feedback. And then he'll share out his personal bio here. So please put your hands together for Nance. Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll just let him pile up. Yeah, go for it. Okay.
Hi. I really want to thank you because I really appreciate your vulnerability and like going there despite your anxiety and trying to give a talk without hiding your anxiety, because like in the world we live, like when I go to presentations of talk, everybody try to look so confident. It's like the most important thing. Even when you do a presentation training, the emphasis is on like looking confident. While I feel that your presentation, I loved all the presentations today, but your presentation left me something like more because it touched my like emotions. And it's kind of, I think when we are vulnerable, we also give other people the opportunity and the courage to be vulnerable as well. Like, for example, even today, sometimes I wanted to say something, but I'm also a bit anxious and I don't like to be at the center of the attention, so I didn't raise my hand. But now I did that just because you did that before me. And I think this gives me a lot of hope for a better world as well. I think if we can all share what we truly are instead of always pretending to be perfect or better, that's the solution, I think, to build a better and more human world. So thank you so much.
I am personally responsible for making sure to remind you all to not be more vulnerable than you are willing for our folks back home to hear, because there are points along tour where we didn't communicate that well enough. But be as vulnerable as you're okay with our parents and friends and coworkers and random people on the internet perceiving. But also, you could keep your name anonymous all you like if you want your name to be associated with the questions or feedback that you have given throughout the entirety of these sessions, which are going to end up in a book, as well as like a really epic video. If you want your name to be associated with your contributions, you'll just have to email us and say, hey, my name is this, and I was this person who talked about this. Please include my name. Otherwise, you are anonymous, just kind of because we don't know. But so there you go. I just wanted to make sure to say that because I think it's probably important for the record. But here you go.
Yeah, I just actually building on what you were just saying. I think it's funny that you had all this anxiety go up on stage, because I think you're probably the most charismatic of all of us. And it just left me thinking. I mean, I don't want to step on you guys' toes until you guys have your plans and whatever, but I was thinking it'd be cool to see the Nance show with you actually doing podcasts, because you got the voice of the everyman. Do you actually sit down with philosophers but shoot the shit and bring it down to a little bit more of a, I think especially for the audience you're going for, right? For like working class guys who are in factories. I think that could really connect. So yeah, just an idea.
I just want to emphasize sort of in the history of my collaboration with Theory Underground and this tour, what you were saying about the point here is that something human gets out, which is a point I think you make often, that something human gets out here. And I think that, you know, throughout this tour, what we've been through, it has been messy, it has been contradictory, but we push through. And I think that doing that is how something human gets out. and that I think that a lot of people can run to institutions, and a lot of people do run to institutions so that they can get away from that messiness and they can get away from those contradictions. But I just want to congratulate you guys at the end of the tour that you did leave your house and you didn't just sit on the couch and eat ice cream in your underwear. You came onto this tour and you pushed yourself out of your comfort zone. And I think something human did come out of you guys coming here. And I think that our relationship also is a part of that something human coming out as well. And then like on a sort of meta level, like in the conversation between me and you, Dave, about what I've been thinking about with children, fathers, children, mothers. I always use these signifiers in my work, even if it's a metaphor. Fathers, children, mother. The reason why I use those metaphors is because I'm pointing towards the same thing. I want something human to come out. And just like you said when you were introducing me, when you say brother or colleague or different signifiers, and all of those signifiers fail. I relate to that as well, because when I say father and mother and child, those signifiers fail as well. But what I'm signifying is that emphasis that I want something human to come out. And that's something I think I share with you guys, but it's also something I share with you and all of the collaborators. I think to everyone here who's just being introduced to us for the first time, if you follow the trail, there are a lot of things online, like the Left Tube, where there's just a YouTube channel. There's a lot of stuff online where it's just the YouTube channel or it's just the blog. But if you follow Theory Underground and you follow those trails, or if you follow Philosophy Portal, you follow those trails, there are real people there and there's real community there and there's a real way to get involved and there are real things happening. So I think something human is getting out. And I think that this moment and what's happening now is proof of that.
It's like grand finale time. Everybody feels like clapping after every person talks, right? I feel it in the room, but everyone's also like, yeah, everyone's gonna cry. Pierre at the event yesterday beforehand, a few days beforehand, he had said, just don't expect any cheerleading. And I remember thinking like, and I actually ended up saying this, like, I hope nothing we do gives people the sense that we want cheerleading, you know? And he ended up being awesome and amicable, but I think that he felt the pressure as a person who makes the space happen. Like he feels like other people want him to sit here and cheer him on and everything. And it is an interesting thing. It's like the professional managerial class goes to college so that we can all sit around and learn how to talk and then say, good job, we talked. Now the rest of the people in the world will keep working, but at least we've learned how to talk together. And so we don't like that, but at the same time, it's deeply appreciated, this sort of pep talk that you've all shared with us, because it is the end of the marathon in a sort of sense, and we're tired. And so this is very kind of you all, and we really do appreciate it.
Just a little sharing from me, since we're talking about anxiety, and since this is the Psychedelic Society. So I've also had my own share of experiencing anxiety, and in fact it was really, really bad. It was severe anxiety, and it meant that I was off work for several months. I couldn't do anything. My brain wasn't working. I had massive brain fogs, and I couldn't sleep. But that was, I think, my lowest of my lows. I actually didn't feel like myself. I was irritable as well, which was really strange. So not me, because people call me like cool as a cucumber, because I'm a meditation teacher too. But I wasn't that person when I was in the at the peak of my anxiety. But something beautiful actually came out of that. And it was when, sometimes people go to psychedelics when they have these massive problems that they want to heal. And fortunately, that happened for me when I took psilocybin. And basically what I got from that journey was it told me that everything I ever needed to heal was already inside of me. And I woke up and I was totally fixed. And I realized, oh, that anxiety was horrible. No one should ever feel that way. And I became a coach after that. And I've helped quite a lot of people afterwards. So, yeah, I really do believe in this phrase, from breakdown to breakthrough. So I think whatever crap that we are experiencing right now, that's just preparing us for something great. So, yeah.
Probably got time for a couple more. Yeah.
I guess I want to ask something to lead into your kind of final bio. So I guess I want to open it to anyone else, or I'll just.
Should we ask Carl if we have to be out here right at 7? Because we're 12 minutes till 7.
Yeah. I feel like it's okay. I think we got the room until 7:30. So yeah.
Yeah, and yeah. So my question then, Nance. I know it's just like this personal bit, right? Like you tend not to lead with it. You don't like it. And it does require, in some cases, more vulnerability than really should be publicly accessible. That's a nice slip. I mean, acceptable. But the reason I slipped with accessible is because also this is a institution that grants a certain kind of status and recognition. And something had to go deeply wrong with this institution to let us in. So we want to talk about drift, baby. Does anybody have a question that they'd like to ask Nance about? You know, he'll obviously navigate how much he actually wants to get into any of these kinds of things, but yeah, Elliot.
I appreciate you describing anxiety, and I think people who are authentically compassionate, like anxiety and compassion, and for me, like to be in a psychedelics institute, I don't find psychedelics like fun. I find them anxiety inducing, and they introduce you to a certain compassion, right? That I kind of recognize in you. So I think it is meaningful, but it's a difficult state to be in. And then there's a challenge of what do you do with to hold compassion anxiety, because I don't think it's just anxiety. Consider it like compassion anxiety. And I think being able to be hearing you speak, I think there's always a kind of question in mental health, like to what extent are you utilizing reason or your most kind of conscious self to develop concepts, and then to what extent are you just vulnerable? And I think this is always a kind of difficult question, especially if you really like reason and repression like I do. I like to repress my emotions and feel good. So it can be hard for me to tap into this other side of mental health, right? But it's so important to be able to come to terms with the real, and what Lacan says about the ego is always just the ego. There's ultimately the real or anxiety, and this kind of stuff comes through rationality, and then rationality has to to come to terms with anxiety. So I think hearing you talk makes me think more about kind of letting things through, right? That decontextualize things. So I appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay, I guess you looked like you were ready to say something, but so you've read all of Timenergy on the Audible, and so I guess if whether or not someone else has another question, as you go into your bio, I guess it's been a while since Dave, in this day, has actually given us the definition of Timenergy, and so I'd be curious from you, someone who's on the one hand read the book and engaged with the concept from day one of being a part of Theory Underground, remind us of the definition if you would. maybe break it down if in, you know, a more easily accessible way, and tell us like why it's important to you. And then Nance has been a student in so many of these classes, and you haven't had to work in the last year. And so you've had a sort of like relative, you know, personal time and energy. And I'm just curious your own like reflections on that, especially coming from the background of being like working class and having this kind of like internalized identity. And I just would love to hear you speak on time energy a little bit more as kind of we wrap up. But Dave, if you had something to say, or we can just turn it to Nance.
We'll start with that, and then I'm ready to go if you falter. But you'll be fine. Close it out.
Large energy infused blocks of time throughout the week, reliably available between us, is the definition of time energy. And that means it's not just a day off of work, or it's not just a 2-day weekend, or it's not just a long holiday, or it's not just like 3 weeks parental leave for the people in the US. Like, we all sometimes come across free time in our lives, but we're all always just recouping our energy to go back to work, to be a producer consumer. So you can't learn to play the violin in a weekend. You can't learn to ride a skateboard in a weekend. You can't develop long-lasting, rich, robust relationships with your family, with your parents, siblings, children, with your neighbor in a weekend. So it needs to be repeatable. And you need to have the energy to do it. Like if you're taking a sick day from work and you think, I'm going to read Dostoevsky, you're probably not going to get much out of it because you're exhausted. You're mentally exhausted. You're spiritually exhausted. So time energy is this future condition that exists in the virtual sense. Like it's there beyond the horizon, and we can kind of make it out in the darkness, but like it's not here. None of us have time energy. We don't have access to time energy because it's this common resource for human beings to become human, because we're not human. We're trapped in this inhuman machine that takes all our time and turns it into labor time, and it takes all our energy and turns it into labor power. So time energy is freedom. And we will never see it because like we have to create the space for it to exist in the first place. And I know like I say we'll never see it, and that's like to satisfy my little pessimistic, edgy, the world's ending. But I do believe it's going to come at great cost. And what is that cost? I don't know, because I am an idiot and I do fail all the time, and that's part of the learning process. Like I'm broken, I'm fucking stupid, I don't want to be this way any longer. How can I get there? Wouldn't it be nice if we lived in a world that allowed people to discover their innate talents and develop them into something beautiful, something human? So I don't know if that answered your question.
I feel like for some people, though, they feel like it's just in your head, and that you do ultimately have the time energy. And this ties back to day one of Brussels with Philosophy Portal. Philosophy Portal and Theory Underground, we talked about time energy in the commons. And I felt like the thing that I've thought the most about on this whole tour, and we've talked about the most, is that necessary labor. That the labor necessary for reproducing society, not just for making some people a profit with bullshit jobs and grotesque, like insufferable kinds of excessive jobs, But like the actual necessary labor that has to be done. Someone has to wash the dishes. Someone has to change the sheets. Somebody has to look after babies. Somebody has to make sure that we have clean water. Someone has to make sure the sewage goes somewhere. So we talked about the plumber, right? We talked, the plumber came up, right? Without the plumber, without value on time energy, you wouldn't pay the plumber, right? But plumbers used to be able to afford houses and to be able to support a family, and they don't anymore. And we're still sitting around talking about our emotional management as we are going towards six-figure salaries, and the plumber keeps working. And now his wife also works, and his kids are going $60,000 to $150,000 into debt. Necessary labor is part of the commons, but people do have otium. People do have leisure. And so I don't know if there's anything you want to say.
I'm more worried about people working for phone shops and they are wearing suits. They are the new, actually. It's not like our
Working for
parents.
where?
Like, the whole relationship with laborers has changed. The working class has changed. Some people that are actually working in the building industry are making a fortune in Oxford and in France. I don't know about United States. I mean, in France, a plumber changed something, a little piece, and it's 200 euros, whatever he does for 10 minutes. But the real people I see is the youth, like people that were working in shops selling phones, iPhones, people working for retail shops, people working for Burger King, McDonald's, all that. All these people, or people saying that they will be paid a minimum wage, but then they will have they are the people that are struggling. And sometimes the thing is, you don't even see them struggling because they are too proud. They look good. They have good. They have they look clean. They have suits. Some people have. It's like our father. They look like they were, physically struggling. But now in France, I'm telling you now. Like slavery is not what it used to be. It's like even if people, academics here, are slaves of the whole. They spend more time sending emails, playing politics, backing, killing each other than actually doing work with the students. It's not a thriving industry. It's like a business. Everything is a business. Oxford is a big business. You could have no level and come and pay for a master, a PhD. We are talking about. It's why I said if Marx was here now, he would look at us and say like, you might be a slave. You might be a teacher and be a slave. You know what I mean? Things have changed. You have to go deep into people and ask them, how do you live your life? They live anxiety. I have friends that are teachers. They had to leave because they couldn't sleep. And I have people that are building houses in south of France. I won't do it now. I'll do it in 6 months. Okay, man. Whenever you want, I follow your move. They have too much work. Then you have a guy who's selling pizza. He owns the whole streets. And there's, you never know who is what. Slavery, it's also a state of mind also. And who is the slave, who is the master, we can go into that. But I believe that it's the first time I meet Americans that are very passionate and that's good. You're showing us a different side because the only way for us to discover United States is through the media. We don't, you get the chance quickly, you work with artists. Artists are usually nice people overall. If they are not Jeff Koons, put that on them. But it's nice also for you as the American Idiots Tour. I think it's a good title, but it's nice for us also to know from Europe, from UK, to meet you guys and go like, you're a father, you're a philosopher, you're like, you want also, I feel if, you're a sensitive man, and what? What are you going to do? You're going to numb yourself in medication? And it's true what you said about the psychedelics. They don't work for me neither. Like, I need to feel what's going on. And if I feel shit, I feel like shit. If I'm angry, I'm angry. Of course, I'm not working in a normal setting where you have to be correct as teachers. I know with all the thing about men and female and abuse, and you cannot touch probably students. No, I don't even know if you can hug them. Or I have no clue, because it's also there's a lot of things that makes us more and more distant to the. But yeah, about the plumber. Sorry.
No, please bring it back. Yeah, please bring it back. So, I guess I think that's probably good supercharge to the question I was setting you up for about the division between and you're right, we do believe that we are in the post-class fractured mass, right? And so, which means that we all live in multiple class experiences on a daily basis in a sort of sense. We can't stay with these rigid Marxist categories or sociological categories. And income level is nothing to judge a person's quality of life or their choices. But as far as otium, necessary labor, where we come from, I was going to just read the first paragraph of your piece and then encourage people to get this book. But I'll do that to Quilt, whatever you will say in response to everybody as we close out.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for your time and your attention. Yeah, I think the type of people who are willing to sit through, especially this last bit, I think you guys get it on a level that I hope the rest of the world someday soon maybe doesn't get but becomes more comfortable with. It's really hard to explain. Well, I mean, it's like, oh, you want to study philosophy? What are you going to do with that? Like, are you going to be a janitor with a doctorate? Probably. Yeah, things have changed. Everything has changed. And it's easy. It was easy for me when I was younger and I was angry. And I thought that it was possible for me to actually make a real difference, not just a small local difference, because I do believe that small local differences matter. If you can improve someone's life around you and it doesn't come at too great a cost for you, I think the right thing to do is to try to lighten someone's load. But for whatever reason, I can't let go of the fact that it doesn't really change much, because my relative comfort in America still comes at it's an immense cost, an immense human cost, suffering and all these bad things all around the world. Like that really sucks, and I wish I could ignore it. I wish I could just be content for small immediate action. But that immediate action is really just kind of pseudo activity that reifies and supports the way things are currently operating. And things are currently operating and they're accelerating, and it's scary and dark, and it's easy to just be like, well, I'm not a leftist, I'll just be an edgelord, and I'll just be like, we're all going to die, we're doomed, and seek some satisfaction in that. But yeah.
So Nance read my book. All I can return for now in terms of favors is the first paragraph of his piece here. It's called "The PMC and the Walls That Separate Us from Them, an extramural missive on algorithmic capital recognition debt and the new peasants," by Bryce Nance. By the way, don't call him Bryce. His name's Nance. For 10 years now, so yeah. His son is named Bryce, so it makes it weird. When I was young, there were few things in the world I wanted as much as to become Dr. Nance, professor of arts and sciences, knower of things in general, expert mathematician, and titan of philosophy, all around well-to-do gentleman and paragon of the modern age. I'm sure there were some fantastical things, I would have wanted more. But as far as things that might come true, becoming a world-renowned academic was the height of my desire. Things didn't work out that way, and I have still failed to fully come to terms with the fact as an adult, with that fact as an adult. My partner and our friends are all masters of something according to our various state universities. They've accomplished my lifelong dream of graduating from grad school, and we genuinely have a great time when we're all together, but I can't help feeling like I'm constantly failing to live up to some unspoken standard, like they are judging me and finding me lacking, like I'm an outsider, like there exists a wall that I can't, no matter how hard I might try, scale or tunnel under or break through, which sets us apart from one another. Thank you, everybody, for in some weird way that I take great inspiration from, and it serves as, I think, some kind of confirmation that what we've set out to do here is not a waste of time. Helping us make these walls that do separate us more permeable in a good way, because there are also worse ways that walls become permeable. And so we're feeling that out. We're feeling that out together. Thank you all so much for helping us figure it out.
Thank you so much for coming here today. Honestly, no, it was absolutely amazing. I feel like we all learned a lot from you, and thank you so much for the guests for coming. Honestly, it means amazing to hear. I feel closer to everyone who came here. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you all again at future events and whatnot. And it's talks like this that keep the conversation going, keeps us learning, and I really love it. And thank you to all our speakers. Thank you to you. Thank you to Carl.
Thank you, Carl. Everyone give it up for Carl.
Give it up for Carl.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, guys. Big love.
What was that, Carl? What was that, Carl?
Yeah, just saying thanks to everyone for coming, and thanks so much, Dave and Nance and Anne and Cadell and Owen and everyone that took 5 hours out of their day to talk about time and energy, and just massive respect for being the first philosophically based museum of consciousness. So really, more to come with Cadell. Lovely.
Thank you, Carl.
Thanks, Silvana.
Honestly, I loved it. I loved every second. It was brilliant. Thank you for
I knew you would.
putting it all together. Honestly.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Timenergy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Žižek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time, where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people, Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god, it's just so awkward. Thank you, patrons. Okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons, thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this?
Fuck. You guys, just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You did so good. Thanks, guys.